just a little bit different. Okay, everybody, so we're gonna get started now. And I just wanna say welcome to the Extraordinary Love Now Masterclass. So excited to be here with you today. We know that there are a lot of you that are coming in from different places. So even if you typed it in before we actually started, go ahead and let us know where you are from. And we want you to know, and we want you to just get yourself ready for an amazing 3-hour training here. Gladys and I could not be more excited than we are right now to be with you. And you know, we are in a very unique moment in time right now. It's a crazy world going on out there. We've got the coronavirus happening. We've got lockdowns happening. We have businesses shut down. There's a lot of uncertainty going on right now in our world. And so in the midst of all of this craziness and all of this uncertainty, the reality is that we still need to move on and we need to live our lives and not just live them and not just survive this moment, but thrive in this moment in time that has shown up for us. And that includes thriving in our love lives, all right? So today is a special day for you, and this whole entire webinar, this whole masterclass has been created for you because we want you to know how you can take care of your heart, take care of yourself, and create extraordinary love now. That is what we're here about today. So we're really excited about the next 3 hours, being able to spend the next 3 hours with you. And just so that you know, the chat is where you can communicate with us and all either the panelists, you can communicate with everybody. And we're going to be asking for a lot of interaction from you because we want this to be not just Gladys and me speaking, but you actually participating. And you participating is going to be one of the most important parts of this, because if you watch this like you were watching a Netflix video, you're only going to get so much out of it. What we invite you to do is really bring it towards you. Whether it's us speaking or someone else speaking, or we're in the middle of coaching somebody, it's asking yourself the question, how does this apply to me and my love life? Maybe it's not the exact situation, but if you ask yourself that question, how does this apply to me and my love life, you're going to get so much more than if you just watch and look for, oh, that's interesting information. All right, because this is going to go beyond interesting information. This is about transformation. And in order for you to have a transformation, it's so critical that you put yourself in the game. So this is the game of your life, the game of your love life that you get to be in right now for the next 3 hours. So just a little bit about the structure. So we'll be breaking about every hour for about 5 minutes just to get, you know, a quick glass of water, use the restroom if that's what you need, that's what we need. That's pretty much how it's gonna go. And so the other thing to know is that in addition to the chat where you can respond to us, there is, if you look on your screen, whether you're on the phone or you are on your computer, at the bottom of your screen, you're going to see that it says Q&A. And that is where we want you to put your questions. And why that's important is because at the end of the training, for those of you who want to stay on, we're actually going to do Q&A. And we're going to answer some of those questions. So any questions that you have, you're going to put them in there. And if you put them in here, you might get a message from either Clarissa or Emma or Vivi, who are part of our team here today, to remind you to put it in the Q&A so we can have all the questions in one place. All right, so let's see. We see people from Paradise Valley, Arizona. Hello. Let's see, Fort Lauderdale in the house, New York. We have Utah here, Miramar, right down the street from Gladys. All right, we got Boca Raton, St. Louis, Missouri, South Miami, Buffton, South Carolina, Charlotte, formerly Miami. I love that. Another California, Toronto, just from all over the country. And as you can see, all over the world as people are typing in Los Angeles, Deerfield Beach. So great. So thank you everybody for being here. We're so extraordinarily happy that you're here today. And we're going to go ahead and get started here. So I'm going to switch it on over to Gladys.
Thank you. All right. So I want to give you a little bit of a history. It's going to be like the condensed version on how we ended up doing this event and a little bit about ourselves, our love journeys, because we know that a lot of you may know us and some of you may. So I spoke to somebody the other day. She's like, I don't know how I got a text message from you. So sometimes we forget how our paths crossed. And we're going to pour our, I want you to know this. Like just for a second, let's just get grounded. Let's just take a beautiful deep breath. And when you breathe, I want you to imagine that the breath is going right to the center of your heart. And really allow yourself to get present to the beauty of this moment, the importance of this moment. Ask God, whoever is your higher power, to open up your mind, your ears, your eyes, your heart. Imagine yourself enveloped in like this beautiful, my favorite color is purple, so this beautiful lavender mist that's just all around you, and everything from the top of from the roof to the floor and from wall to wall is just this beautiful mist. And what's in the mist is love, is gratitude, is faith, it's hope, it's the possibility of possibility, and all of your heart's desires fulfilled. You can allow yourself to presence that right now. The rest of this time together is going to be a word that I don't use often, miraculous. I really do believe that. And so Michelle and I, our commitment is to pour our entire selves, our hearts, our whole being into you. So make sure that you have something to write with, that you have paper, and that when you hear something that triggers you, and trigger can be that it upsets you or that it excites you. Either way, it's something that's meant for you. Write it down. If a question comes up, put it in the chat, in the Q&A room. And if we can't get to it during this session, if you put it in there, then we'll be able to save it and we'll be able to get back to you, okay? So really be present. And what I really invite you to do is to be an active listener, not just a participant. So in active listening, you actually lean forward. Even if I'm talking to someone else or Michelle's talking to someone else, you say, what is she saying to me? How is that coaching for me? And really listen to how does this apply to me and my love life, to me and my life. Because some of us think that what's happening at work is just happening at work, or what's happening in our finances is just happening in our finances. And what you'll learn by working with us is that whatever is happening across the board. So that's why today's so important, okay? So just for like in the fastest, it's a short word, yes or no. In the chat right now, just type really quickly if you have heard of us before, you've attended one of our events, right? If you've been following us online, do you join Love Chat with the Love Twins? Let us know a little bit of how acquainted you are with us, because that also gives us an idea of just how familiar you are with our work. And of course, if you're a client, you can say, I'm a client, I'm a sister. All right, so and remember, you all type fast. So I see yes, attended other webinars. Yes, 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 yes. No. Okay, so Carmen S., welcome, hun. Welcome, Stephanie. Welcome. It's a number 263. You can rename yourself, by the way. If you click on panelists, if you want us to refer to you by name, if you click on participants and you find your name, it'll give you an option to rename yourself. Yana, Maggie, so good that you're joining us. A long time. I know some of us have been in each other's lives for almost 20 years, which is beautiful. Not very familiar. Okay, so we've got new client. Tammy, new client. Victoria was a client. All right, so we're gonna save this so I can go through this later, because I love Some of you are giving us like a really good idea. Thank you, Julie. Let me see who else. All right. So, and some of you are saying, I see you on Instagram, on Twitter. I've been on your list since 2014. So it's all beautiful. It's beautiful. And so let me just, for those of you who are new, give you a little bit of a peek into who we are. So I'm Gladys Diaz. My sister is Michelle Rosa. We are known as the Love Twins. We are actually twins, and we are certified dating and relationship coaches. Our company is called Heart's Desire International because we believe that every single woman deserves to have her heart's desires fulfilled in life and love. Okay, we coach women all over the world, literally every corner of the world, on how to attract, create, and keep. That part's so important. And keep extraordinary, loving relationships that last a lifetime. That is our purpose. That is our mission. It's what we have committed our lives to. So we have over 30 years of experience and thousands of lives, improving results. We have spent our life training and coaching women and men on how to break through, how to create real breakthroughs in their lives and in their love lives that allow them to create the life and the love that they want. And one of the things that we do, we help both single women. This event, by the way, is primarily for single women. Those of you who are in relationships, if you are in a relationship, you may want to put that in the Q&A. We do have something for you, so we want to make sure that we include you in that. And I just invite you, like I did before with the active listening, that you listen to the coaching as how can this apply to my marriage or to my relationship, okay? So Michelle, share a little bit about how we help single women, or tell us a little bit about your story. Or should I start with me? Here we are.
Yep, I'm coming on. Let me put all right. Okay, so, wow, my story. So here's how my story started. My story started, my love journey started right about, oh my gosh, it's probably almost 20 years now, when I had been married. I got married very young. I was 17 years old when I got married, had my first child by the time I was 18, and my second child by the time I was 21. So my life as an adult started off very early. And that marriage, from the very beginning, there were so many signs that that it wasn't right for me. But I really was committed, and so was my husband at the time, to defy the odds and do everything we could to make it work. Here's the problem. As much as we had that desire to do that, we didn't have the skills to do it. And it didn't really have to do with the immaturity and the age, although I'm sure that played a part in it. But that wasn't the real issue. The real issue is that we didn't have the skills on how to communicate. We didn't have the skills on how to get along with one another. Those essential relationship skills that we now teach in our Girlfriends and Wives group, I didn't have that. All I had was the examples that I had seen growing up in relationships that were not good relationships, dysfunctional relationships, abusive relationships, alcoholism. So all of that was my experience with it. So neither one of us, I would say about, it's a 12.5-year marriage. I would say about 8 years in, neither one of us were really feeling this was right for us. We renewed our vows. We went to seminars. We did a lot of things. And really what I can see now, hindsight being 2020, what we were doing is trying to change one another. And this is why I see now that it's so important to have the skills to be able to not just attract a man, a relationship, but to attract the man in relationship that is really aligned with who you are and what you want to experience. And so 12.5 years marriage, and then we got divorced. And it was painful because any of you who have ever been married and divorced, it's like a death happens. And then my kids were 12 and 9 at the time. So dealing with their pain and suffering around that, I didn't really deal with mine. I just immediately went into an old habit of, well, that one didn't work. Maybe my next relationship would work. And if you can resonate with that pattern of jumping from one to another, thinking that the circumstances being different is what's going to make a difference, you can go ahead and pop that in the chat. And so what happened was I started dating, and I made a mistake that a lot of single women make. And I didn't know I was making it at the time, but that mistake was going to my single girlfriends for advice on how to get into a relationship. Thinking about it now, it sounds kind of funny, but back then that's what I did. And it's no wonder that 5 years later, I was still single. Because if they knew how to be in a relationship, they would have been in a relationship. So I at the end of 5 years, I was very frustrated. I was so disillusioned, mostly because I could see every other area in my life was going in the direction I wanted. My kids were thriving. My professional career was just off the charts. I was getting promoted. I was winning awards. I was getting raises, like raises not just once a year, but because I kept being promoted, my finances were so much better than they were when I was married and during the divorce. During the marriage, I was working 3 jobs to make ends meet. And so I'm like, how does everything else get better? And this area that is so important to me, this area of romance, relationship, having somebody in my life that I can love and that I can feel completely loved by, that wasn't working. And it wasn't working at all. And part of what was happening was that I kept attracting the same kind of guy in a different body. I call it now the insert man syndrome, right? It's like, and you may have experienced this where it doesn't matter if I'm in with this guy or this guy, they all end up not wanting to be in a committed relationship. They all end up thinking I'm amazing, but they don't want to get serious. And in my particular case, they all had some kind, except for one, they all had some kind of addiction. So it was either, drugs or alcohol. And they were either just out of a relationship, still in a relationship that was ending, separated, or recently divorced. And this was across the board. 5 different guys, all of them. And so I kept doing that over and over again. And what I started to experience was this level of frustration and such heartbreak, because I didn't know how to date back then. I was just dating one, and then that didn't work, go to another one, that didn't work. I wasn't dating a lot of people at the same time. But mostly it was just baffling to me that everything else was going great. And when it came to love, I couldn't create the same results I was creating in all these other areas of my life. And if you've experienced this, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And so that's when I started thinking that there was something really wrong with me, that there was something fundamentally wrong with me that had me continue to create these same kind of results. And I happened to be in a leadership course at that time, and I shared, and I had a coach, and this is why I believe so much in the power of coaching. And I was sharing with my coach how and I was in tears. I was like so upset. And I said, why does this keep happening to me? What the hell is wrong with me? There's got to be something wrong with me, because this one gets in a relationship and that one gets in a relationship, but I'm not in a relationship. And my coach looked at me and he said, Michelle, you're asking yourself the wrong question. The question isn't what's wrong with you, because there's nothing wrong with you. The question is, who are you being and how are you showing up in your life that you're attracted to that kind of man and that kind of man is attracted to you? There's something else going on in the background. Because the one thing those 5 men have in common is you. And I was like, whoa. And he was so right. Not something I wanted to hear. And he was so right. And sometimes your coach is the person who's going to tell you the thing you don't want to hear that's going to make the biggest difference for you. And just asking myself those questions and taking responsibility for these guys are showing up in my life. I'm the thing they have in common. What's that about? Got me into what we now call our heart work. It was my love journey in really breaking through the fears of being alone, the fears of not being enough, the limiting beliefs I had about not being lovable, all these things that were barriers in my way that once they were cleared, completely shifted everything for me. And I'm not kidding. In a few months, I went from attracting these low quality guys into attracting the most high quality men that had ever been, I had ever met at that time. And they were interested in me and I was interested in them. And as the story progresses, and I'm not going to go into too much detail, I did end up attracting 2 extraordinary guys. One of them was Arnie, and the other one was somebody that I was dating. And Arnie at first was very confused. He didn't know if he wanted to be in a committed relationship. And that was the first time when I first started dating him, the first time I had the courage and the belief in myself to tell him, I love you, but I love myself more. And I'm not going to be with somebody who doesn't know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they want to be with me. And I was able to let go of that relationship, keep dating, attracted another great guy. And 5 months later, without me having to do anything, Arnie came back and he said, if you'll give me an opportunity, I would love to create that extraordinary relationship you shared with me once. And fast forward, 13 years later, we just celebrated in February our 9th wedding anniversary. I am in the most extraordinary, loving, passionate, fun, committed partner relationship I have ever been a part of, and it is beyond anything that I ever dreamed of. And it's a reality for me every day. And now it's not enough for me to have that. This is why I do what I do. I want to share this with the world, because if it could happen to me, it can happen to you. You just have to know what's in the way, and you have to have the right skills. So that is my story, my love story.
Beautiful. I could hear it forever. I've been hearing it forever. I can still hear it forever. No, I love it. I love it. And especially, Michelle's my sister. Seeing the pain that she was going through, and then seeing the transformation, and now being able to see her in such an amazing relationship with Arnie, like, it's all just it's just beautiful. It's beautiful to witness, and I'm going to share my story a little bit quickly, but I really want you to get a sense. You already heard part of our upbringing, and the patterns that I had experienced growing up was even from a very young age, and I'm talking like middle school. I tended to attract guys who treated me badly, like really like made fun of me. Jokes were at my expense. I allowed them to treat my body however they wanted to, and it was very subconscious. I was really just looking for feeling loved, and feeling loved by a man, because we lost our dad, our stepfathers. Our first stepfather, very loving man, but the marriage that he had with my mom, for a big part of it, which is why they ended up divorced, was I wasn't seeing very loving examples of relationships. And some of you might be able to relate to that the model that you saw growing up, even if your parents were together, it just wasn't loving. It wasn't romantic. It wasn't like what the fairy tale, right? And so I didn't know until I was much older that what I was looking for was just love and acceptance. And so I allowed people to treat me however they wanted. And didn't mean I didn't look confident on the outside, didn't mean I wasn't, even as a young girl getting, elected for class president and all that stuff. But on the inside, it was a disaster. And it wasn't until I was 17 that I had what I really call my first transformation. And that was where I went to a retreat. It was a spiritual retreat. I gave my life to Christ, and everything changed. Like, when I really got that God loved me, and if I'd been the only person on the planet Earth that day, Christ would have died for me, something in me shifted. It was like I was this person before, and I was this person now. And that transformation, like really getting that, was what had me start on my journey of truly falling in love with myself. And in that process, I actually reconnected with somebody from elementary school. We became best friends. He was, in the youth group. We were in music ministry together, youth ministry together. We ended up falling in love, and we ended up dating for 3 years, and while I was in college, and we got married right after I graduated from college. And I thought, finally, I have that fairy tale ending. Finally, I have found my happily ever after. And 5 years into our marriage, I mean, we struggled. We didn't have money, but we were happy. And 5 years into our marriage, we found out that he had cancer. And it was a very rare cancer, and they did not have the cocktail to treat it. And the best option at first was amputation of his left arm, and he was a musician. He wanted to be a chef. So I just want you to imagine all the dreams that went one after the other, just crashing to the ground. And chemotherapy, which, just wreaked havoc on his body. But our marriage was strong. Our marriage was strong, and we had faith, and we prayed, and he went into remission, and it was like, in my mind, he was healed, and that was it. Enough said. It is done. And then a year and a half later, he ended up with cancer again. And this time, when it came back with a vengeance, and it just consumed his body, and surgeries and blood transfusions and emergency room runs. And it was another about 9 months of just total panic. But I still had faith. And there was a day that I came to hospital, and everybody had that look on their face, and I'm like, what's going on? And they called me into the room, and all his family was there, and basically they told us there was nothing else the doctors could do. And it killed me. And I asked everybody to leave, and I could not be with it, and I asked for no visitors the next day. And on that day, he and I had a conversation where it was just the two of us in a hospital room, in a hospital bed, crying together, thanking each other, forgiving each other, asking for forgiveness, and just like really being grateful for the relationship that we had been given. And he told me, I love you, and I want you to be happy again. I want you to fall in love again. I want you to make someone as happy as you've made me. And it was the most loving thing anyone has ever said and done for me, and I couldn't receive it because I knew what he was saying was goodbye. And 2 days after that conversation, he died in my arms. And when he died, I believed, it was just with this certainty that, oh my God, I can't believe that I'm never going to love and be loved again. Every dream, every plan, every idea that I had for the future included him. And now that was gone. And I really took on the belief. I didn't know it was a belief. For me, it was the 100% truth that I was never going to love or be loved again. I could never find something like that ever again. It just didn't exist. And that's how I was living my life. And that's what I would tell everybody. I was telling everybody until one day I heard myself telling somebody, I can't believe I'm 27 and I'm never going to love or be loved again. And for whatever reason, and I believe in divine intervention, I heard it like if I was standing there. And the first thing that came into my head was, why would you be saying that? And that started my process of really getting curious about, why did I think that nobody else would ever love me again? So it was one of the things. And the other one was that I uncovered a fear, and we're going to talk about that a little bit today. And the fear that was in the background of this whole conversation was, I don't ever want my heart to be broken like that again. And so I won't love or be loved. That was what I was really saying, even though the words sounded different. 4 months after I started doing that heart work, that inner work, I attracted Rick into my life. And he swept me off my feet. That first kiss that man gave me on our first date, I will tell you, I had to sit down. I am not kidding. When I was 20 years old, I was not a teenager. I had to sit down. He was just every prayer and dream come true. And nothing of what I thought I was ever going to attract into my life. He was just such a different type of person, a breath of fresh air, made me laugh again, which I hadn't laughed really because there was always that fear in the background, and love again. And he swept me off my feet. And we fell deeply in love almost a year to the day after we met. We were married. And 6 years into our marriage, I was wondering if I even wanted to be married to him anymore. I was feeling unappreciated, unloved, exhausted, had 2 kids at the time, and little kids, 4 and not even 1. And actually, no, when it started to get bad, I was pregnant with the second one. And I remember Michelle asking me, do you even want to be married to him? And for the first time in 6 years, my automatic answer was not yes. All I could manage to say, and that really scared me, was, well, not like this. And she said, well, what are you going to do? Because the complaining, criticizing him, and the crying every day after a fight isn't working. So I got curious. My question, Michelle was asking herself, what's wrong with me? My question was, what's wrong with me? How did I end up sabotaging the best thing that ever happened to me? And I started doing my heart work, and I became obsessed. obsessed with learning how to communicate, because what I saw was that it was not anything that he was doing. It was, and there were things he could have done better. There was 1,000 things I needed to do differently. And the major one was how I was communicating with him. I was being disrespectful, even though I thought disrespect was bad words and throwing dishes or slamming doors, and I wasn't doing that, but my words were killing my marriage. And as I started to learn that, and I started to learn how to appreciate and how to affirm and how to just be loving and be that confident, alluring, magnetic woman that he fell in love with, I transformed our marriage. I did the work and everything around me changed. And so that's the work that we do with women who are in relationships. So I know there's a few of you here because I recognize your names. If you're in a relationship that's either not going well, not going the way you thought it would, or you're wondering whether you should stay or you should go, know that we help you with dating and relationship and communication skills. And the best gift that we give you is, how do you transform yourself so that everything around you also transforms? And so that's a little bit of what we're going to be doing today. And the reason we're sharing this with you is because we want you to know that we get it. We get it. We know that sometimes in dating and relationships, you have situations that are challenging. You experience challenging people, you experience challenging situations, and each of you has your own love journey, the journey that brought you here today. And right now, the challenge that we're dealing with today with the coronavirus, it's a circumstance. I think that people are so confused thinking that everything that's happening is just because of the coronavirus. The fears that are coming up, your ways of being, your reactions, your triggers were there way before the coronavirus ever existed. But it's a challenge that we're all facing, and it's impacting all of our lives in one way or the other. And how you show up in your life right now, how you choose to show up in your life right now, is a representation of how you show up and navigate through the challenges in other areas of your life. So it's not exclusive to what's happening right now with the coronavirus. It shows up in who you choose to surround yourself with at this time. It's so important to be selective of who you are choosing to let into your inner circle, not in a snooty, snobby type of way, but are the people who are in your circle bringing you down, commiserating in misery, or are you in a community of women who lift you up? Is what you're choosing to focus your thoughts on expanding your life, opening up new possibilities, like transforming your experience of life, or is it making it bleaker and bleaker and bleaker? You know, this is a moment in time where who you're being, how you show up, and how you deal with, and how you choose to shift. Many of you were on our heart shift call. How you choose to shift with everything that's happening will determine where you will be and who you will be on the other side of this. It's all going to depend on who you're choosing to be, because this is going to pass. This will pass. So you want to ask yourself, am I someone who's living in fear and panic and scarcity? Am I someone who's just going to wait and see how it all turns out? Or am I someone who's sitting at the wheel of life saying, you know what? I have a say in how this goes. I have a say in who I'm going to be and the actions that I'm going to take, no matter what life throws at me, right now or ever. Because no matter how uncertain life gets, you have a say in who you're going to be in the face of it. You really do. You know, we have clients right now. I want you to hear this, please. We have clients right now who are having more fun than ever, virtually dating. They're creating relationships. We have new relationships being created in the midst of all of this. We have clients getting engaged. We have clients planning their weddings right now. In fact, you're going to be hearing from one of them, one of our brides-to-be, in just a few minutes. So Jen, get ready to come on. And because they've done the work, what Michelle and I refer to as heart work, because they've done the work, they've been able to powerfully shift and navigate through the challenges that show up in their lives, including their love lives, And we want the same for you. So no matter what your love journey has been, no matter the heartbreak that you've experienced, the heartbreak maybe that you've caused, no matter if you've never been in a loving relationship, or you've had one and you think you can never have anything like that again, like I did. Whether you know how to date or you don't know how to date, don't even know how to get started, or you keep attracting men who don't love you the way you desire, or your last heartbreak was so painful, I saw that in the chat, that you haven't even dated in years. Whatever your circumstance and whatever your love journey has been, you deserve and you can have the extraordinary love that your life desires. There's just no question about it in our minds. There isn't. And the great news is that you don't have to do it alone. You can choose to. And how's that been working? Right? How has that been working for you? You don't have to do it alone, and it doesn't have to be hard. And for me, that is the best news in the world, that it doesn't have to be a struggle and it doesn't have to be hard. Okay, doing it alone is hard. Trying to force something to happen or trying to force someone to feel something that they don't, that's hard. Trying to prove something, that's hard. Doing it the way you've always done it until now, that's hard. Dating and relationships are not hard. They're not hard when you have the right guidance, when you have the right mindset, and when you have the right skills and you're in the right community. I'm not just saying that. We've proven it year after year after year. So managing your mindset is going to be a really important part of the steps that we're going to teach you today. And so I would love to bring Jen on. All right, Jen. So when you started, before you started working with us, share a little bit about what was going on in your love life.
I had no love life. I hadn't dated in at least 2 years. And I didn't want to really date. I actually didn't start dating for quite some time, even into the program, because I wanted to initially just focus on me and fixing issues that I felt were deep wounds that would, well, basically so that I could better attract a better person than what I was attracting in the past.
Got it. And when I always remember, there's always like a moment that I remember with people. And I remember you being at one of our events. It was actually the live event that we've taken this event from, and you were at the microphone and our husbands were talking. And I remember you saying something about how you weren't sure that you could, like you wanted to attract a man who shared your faith, and that you just hadn't been having great success with that. And there was a bit of doubt there. I remember you and me, I have chills, as I'm reliving that moment. And I could see there was doubt in your eyes, but there was also like, what if what I was saying was true? So tell me just a little teeny tiny bit about that.
Well, I think one of my very strong limiting beliefs was always that what I want just doesn't exist. And through the program, what I learned is how to let go of some things that I guess aren't as important, and really focus on things that would make a difference, and to focus on the experience more so than check things off of a list, perhaps. And then I guess in being able to let go of certain things, I have been able to be in a relationship that is what I feel is very functional, and it adds to my life, and I no longer feel like I'm better off alone, which I very much did believe that.
I got it. And why this is important for everyone who's listening is that was a belief that Jen had, that when she had it, she wasn't relating to it like it was a limiting belief. Just like I wasn't relating to, I'm never gonna love or be loved again, like a fear. It really felt like that. And so some of you have a belief that you're relating to as if that's the absolute truth. And it's not, but it's just what your experience is telling you, right? And so what would you say, Jen, and thanks for sharing so vulnerably, I love it. What would you say was one of the biggest shifts that you experienced as a result of being in the program? Like, what's something that really shifted that you absolutely thought was never gonna happen?
So the things that shifted for me, there's actually so many of them, but the major one was my father. I have not gotten along with my father since I was 7 years old, and I'm 40. So it was very, very it was just something I've constantly worked on. I mean, just decades trying to fix. And I thought I had tried absolutely everything. And I felt like I needed him to participate. And I learned that his participation was not actually required. It was me that had to change. And then through how I approached him, over time, not instantly, I would love to pretend it was, but it was not. But over time, he started reacting to me differently. And now we actually have a friendship. Like, he calls just to say hi. And I would love to say it's just everything I ever wanted from day one. It's a process, you know? So, but I never thought that could be healed ever.
I know. I remember, I keep getting these chills. You started the program in February, I believe. And
Correct.
then Father's Day came around.
Yes.
And what happened on Father's Day?
So I decided that my father lives 4 hours from me. So I asked him if it would be okay if I came up for the weekend. And I think that I don't think he actually believed that I would come, for one. And then I learned in that weekend that he wanted it to go well as much as I wanted it to go well. And so he actually asked me to stay an extra day, and I couldn't. I just couldn't with work. But just that he wanted me to be around, like, that was something that I almost couldn't wrap my brain around, because I don't want to cry. My dad's never liked me. Forget love. He never liked me. So just be like, oh, I would like you in my presence longer was a really big deal. So that was the biggest thing. But can I just say really fast a couple other things? I will be very quick.
Yeah, sure.
Would that be okay? Okay. I viewed marriage very negatively because of my parents' marriage. So that was a big shift that has also happened for me. I could not be hugged, because unless I know you really well and I trust you, long, standing relationship, something like that, yeah, okay, fine. But strangers, if they would try to hug me, I would, I don't like to be touched. Or I didn't. I didn't like to be touched. And I had stopped being involved in my church because as far as, like, I used to be very actively involved, and through Church Hurt, I had stopped doing that. And I worked through all of those fears too. And so I ended up going on a mission trip last September. I healed the relationship with my father. I started dating again. I'm getting married in July now. And then I mean, just all of it. I hug strangers now, like, just fine. Like, oh, hey, you okay? Like, who does that? Not me, So it's really been a huge impact. It's not just one thing, and it's not just my love life.
So beautiful, so beautiful. And we're not just gonna, like, scoot over the fact that you're getting married. I remember when you sent us the pictures, Michelle and I are like, oh my God. We love, by the way, getting the ring pictures, because it's like you see the picture and then you're like, wait, who's sending this?
So, and Jen, who's walking you down the aisle in just a few months?
My dad, which, no joke, he asked me, am I invited? That's how bad it was. Like, I mean, for perspective, I told him I was getting married, and he said, am I invited? And I said, well, I would hope that you would walk me down the aisle. And he was like, okay, yeah, I just didn't want to assume. So.
Oh my God. Okay, so now I'm the one trying to try. So in a sentence or two, describe the relationship that you're in right now.
Unimaginable is really what it is, because he's helpful and he works with me I can't pretend I have all good days. I am so far from perfect. I don't think perfect exists, not in him, not in me, not in anyone. And every day he gets up and tries again, no matter what I do. And that is something I'm not used to. I don't think I ever knew what being loved felt like. So it's a good change.
I would say, I would absolutely say so. And so I know that I remember, going back to our first conversation, and you made a very courageous decision to join the program. I know that there's a lot of women, their story is probably different from yours, just like, my story doesn't relate to everyone, but if you could say something to the woman who's wondering, you said, I really thought that it wasn't going to happen for me.
Mm.
What words of love and hope and inspiration would you give the woman who's really pretty convinced that she's not, that this just isn't going to happen for her?
Okay, so I guess this won't be pretty, but it's your fault. And if you want to fix it, you can fix it. It's not everyone else. It really is you, because you are that constant. And what I like about this program is it's not manipulation. It is not a trick. It is not how to fool people into loving you. It is literally fixing your issues, getting down to the root of what is going wrong, where did it go wrong, how far has it gone wrong, and how to fix it. The Love Twins give you cognitive skills to take into your life so that when new things go wrong, you know how to deal with them. And if you don't do it perfect, you identify that you didn't do that perfect and make a new choice. And it's just learning that over and over, that what do I get to do next? You know, and that has made a huge impact. So if any of this resonates with you, I would just say stay connected to them, buy a program, get involved as much as you possibly can, because it will change your life.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I'm so happy for, I'm trying again not to cry. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy that we get to be part, like that we played a little part in your love story. And I'm so glad that you had the courage. You had the courage to say, you know what, I really don't believe this could happen. I even remember you saying, I'm going to do my Jen impersonation. Like, you know, like, okay, we'll see. Signed up. So I want you to know we love you. We're so happy for you and him. He's a very, very lucky man. And thank you for trusting us. Thank you for trusting us.
Thank you.
All right, sweetheart.
Bye.
And you've got some people congratulating you in the chat, so you might.
I'll go read. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that was one incredible love story, and like Gladys said, we just absolutely love being able to receive those messages, being able to hear the difference. I mean, when we work with our clients, we're very much involved in their life. Like Jen said, it's not just what happens in love. We're very much involved in all the areas of their life. So when we get messages like that, it's like if it was happening to us. And we always say, our dreams don't come true until your dreams come true, because what we really want is for every woman to be able to experience that kind of extraordinary love. All right, so speaking of that, so now we're going to transition to something a little bit different, and then we're going to take a break after this. But you want to really lean in right now, because what we're going to do is we're going to hot seat coach somebody. And what that means is this is someone who is in our community who has been doing the work, and she's going to share with you her experience up until this point. And then we're going to see how do we take her to the next level when it comes to dating and relationships. So let's go ahead and bring Anna on. All right, Anna, are you there?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You need to, let's see, I don't see your
Video.
Your camera, so I need you to go ahead and, Vivi, can you go ahead and manage Anna's camera so we can see her?
I think Anna has to enable it down at the
Or
bottom.
Anna, on your end, you can probably do that now because you're a panelist. So
Okay.
look for your camera at the bottom left of your screen.
I kind of lost you. Give me 1 second. Oh no. Where'd you go?
So while Anna's managing that, I wanted to go back really quickly to something. Oh, let me put myself on camera. To something that Jen said. So when she said that it's your fault, we use a different word in our program. Michelle alluded to it. Jen alluded to it. I alluded to it. It's not fault like in a blame, like everything that's ever happened that's wrong is your fault. There's a role that you've been playing. There's a part that you've been playing in what's showing up in your life. Like Michelle said, she got the realization that she was the common denominator. I got the realization that it was my mouth. It was the way I was communicating that just was not moving the relationship in the direction that I wanted it to go in. And Jen saw how her limiting beliefs were standing in the way. So I know that the word fault can bring a heaviness with it. Some of you are already punishing yourselves enough with the shame and the blame that you keep carrying around with you, which is something that we do help you with, so you can let go of that once and for all. But know that it's about responsibility. Like, what role have I been playing? And if I shift that role, what might show up? What else is going to show up in my life that's going to allow me to have the results that I really want?
Yeah, that's so important because, and I think that that's such a critical distinction between fault and blame, and because a lot of us live in that, and that creates feelings of guilt. And one of the lowest energetic vibrations you can ever be in is in guilt, shame, blame, fault. You can't create anything powerful from that state. And so that's why I think that that's a really great distinction. All right. All right. So Gladys, we need you to allow Anna and everybody to be co-host and host, please. All right. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and start talking to Anna when we get the technology fixed. We'll do that. So Anna, you're on, right?
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
All
perfect.
right. So why don't you start off by sharing with us where you were when you started working with us, because your story is a little bit different.
Yes, I actually went to the Extraordinary Love program, the live program. And when I went, I was
live. Mm-hmm.
Yes, the Irresistible Woman Life. And when I went, I was in a relationship. I had been in a relationship for about 4.5 years. And it was very non-spark. It had lost its spark, should we say. And I wanted to work on it. I wanted to see what I can do to better my relationship. So I went into the program not necessarily single and looking. I went into the program more on trying to make my relationship better and see where it was lacking on what we can do to, spice it up and have, more romance. It was just very boring at that time.
Yeah. And I remember that. And I remember one of the things that you came to the program to figure out, and you might check to see if you can turn on your video, was whether or not, there you are, you beautiful you. All right. So, wow, that's stunning. So it was also, you started questioning whether it was the right relationship for you, because there were things that you had been avoiding, really looking at in the relationship. So this is something, ladies, that's very common in relationships. It's, and we've heard it before, and if you resonate, you can say it. And if, ladies, if you resonate, you can type it in the chat. We have this feeling like I lost myself in the relationship.
Yeah.
But the truth is, we don't lose ourselves in our relationship. We give ourselves away, ourself with a capital S. And that starts happening when we're not clear on what our values are or what our boundaries are, which is a lot of the work that we do in the program. And so as you started going through that program and you started facing some of the truths that you weren't facing before, which is something that, your coach is going to tell you the truth when everybody else agrees with you. Mm-hmm. So what were some of the things that you saw for yourself that had you make the decision that that was not the relationship for you?
Well, when we started working on the one-on-ones, I started just developing as a person, individually almost. There was a lot of opportunities, work opportunities, things that I wanted to do within my fitness goals and career that started working. So it was very similar to your story, where everything else was on the up and up, and my relationship was kind of still in the same place. Right. So there was a lot that I was getting on personal growth. And from that, I started learning, wait a second, I'm trying to make this work, but this may not be the relationship for me. Mm-hmm. And that was a very hard conversation. And I remember I get goosebumps. I remember being in the car having this one-on-one coaching with you on my way home, and I said it to you. I said, sorry, my eyes get a little watery, a little emotional, and saying, you know, this may not be the relationship for me if I'm doing all this work and everything else is progressing, but my relationship isn't.
Yeah, I remember that conversation. And listen, like, it's okay if we cry. I'll probably cry, and I'm the one.
I know.
So here's what I want to say about, and because I think it's so important, what happened in that conversation is you started to see the gap between who you were becoming, being true to
Yes.
yourself, and this relationship that you were in. And what that did is as you were in the program, I remember, I mean, you and I have been in each other's lives for many years, how your level of confidence just started skyrocketing. And you finished, you know, you became a personal trainer after you've been postponing that for years. My gosh, you went into a bikini competition, and I know would have never walked on stage in high heels that were like 4 inches high in a bikini that was like 2 inches wide. You would have never done that, right? And then at work, they're sending you to go speak to clients, and all of a sudden you saw the gap. And this is what happens when you start to face the truth and you start to see there isn't anything wrong with me. So what's going on over here? And you came to the realization that you had been playing small so that this over here worked. But when you started getting bigger to yourself and living bigger in your inside of yourself, you had to face the truth about that. And I know it wasn't an easy decision for you to make. And I remember we had many conversations, you know, holding your hand through that whole process so that you would have the courage to step away. And now you're living, you know, in your own place. And I remember you telling me, Michelle, I can't afford.
Yeah.
Do you remember that conversation?
Yes. Very scared to be on my own again after almost, 5 years, and living in a house where I was living with him and his mom. So I said, where do I go from here? And here I am now. I remember our last conversation, I was already moved in, and you asked me, where do I want to be in within the next year? And I said, in an amazing, extraordinary relationship.
Yep. And so that brought you to work with us in our singles program.
Yes.
And so one of the things that Anna and I discussed when she said, what did she want next, was she had no idea how to date, right? Because what was one of your patterns, Anna, when it came to dating that you've been able to break in this program?
So just to not make it too lengthy, but to give a little bit of a background, before that 5-year relationship, I got married at a very young age, similar to you, where I was 19 years old. I was married for 16 years. So I basically went from high school to being married. And then my dating was very similar to yours, where you date one person, it doesn't work out, you date another. And I went on a lot of short-term relationships versus dating. So it was, I've known you for a couple of weeks, we've gone on a couple of dates, we've slept together, we're in a relationship. And that's not where the man was at. I was in a relationship, they were in.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was hurtful, right? A little hurtful to be like, oh, nobody wants to settle down, with me. And that was right before my long-term 5-year relationship. And now dating has been different because I've actually been in the singles program and I've been getting some more coaching. And it's still very hard for me to talk to multiple people. Being the busy people that we are, even in the epidemic that we're going through, I hear people all the time. I see memes on social media. I'm so bored. And I'm like, how are people bored? I'm still working from home. I'm still, right? I've been very busy still, believe it or not. So getting to know multiple people and having these conversations, sometimes it becomes a little overwhelming. But it's definitely been very different in the sense that you're actually having fun. It's not, oh my gosh, does this person not like me? Am I jumping into, bed with someone, too quickly and emotionally? So it's still, a lot to learn. But that was more or less where my mentality was at.
Yeah.
Date one person, okay, we've gotten to know each other within the last couple of weeks, jump into bed, we're in a relationship. That's where I was. That's not where the person was.
Yep, and that is such a common mistake. Maybe not the jumping into bed, although that's something that I did. You know, I used to do that way too early on before there was any real deep emotional connection or intimacy. It was a way to fast forward and get the feeling that I was in a relationship. But just like you, I found out that I was the only one that thought I was in a relationship. And it is very heartbreaking because now not only are you emotionally invested, you've been physically invested, and you have to start over again. And ladies, that's one of the things that we'll be talking about in the last hour is how do you date in a way that you can experience fun like Anna's experiencing. And so it is a process, and that's why you're in the program. You're getting the next steps, right? So one of the things that a lot of people are wondering is, can you date during the coronavirus or should you stop? And so for you, where are you at since this whole, you know, we're in a lockdown here in Florida. A lot of us on here, most of us are in states where we're in lockdown, stay at home orders, working from home, everything else around us is closed. How is it going for you when it comes to your dating life right now?
It's been very interesting because there's the man, you know, the one man that I was dating that I actually got to meet in person, where during this process, I've seen a lot of the way that, you know, he's handled things, and it kind of, you know, makes me open up to the fact of, is this somebody that, you know, that I really want to be with? Before everything happened, all the check marks were the boxes were checked and everything was positive. And as per our conversation and coaching, where you said, I see you heading into the direction of just dating one person, I went back on Match and I met someone. We started talking, we started texting, and then everything happened. So there's one gentleman where I met and we dated, we went out, that we're still talking. And then there's the other gentleman where I never met face to face. And it's been, you know, and we have these conversations, you know, we laugh about it because we're like, you know, did we ever think we were going to be involved in, you know, some type of dating relationship where, you know, it's been a month, and the 23rd actually was a month that we've been talking. But it's very interesting because you really get to see the level of interest in a person and how they are handling these life changes, because it's important, it's a big deal. And if you want to have a future with someone, you want someone that's going to handle things kind of similar to how I'm handling it. So there's a lot of conversation, texting back and forth. I work from home. He has the luxury of leaving his home. He's in construction. So he still, you know, has to leave his house. But there's a lot of communication, a lot of FaceTiming. We actually have Netflix dates where there's a particular show that we'll watch, and then, you know, we'll talk at night and we'll watch the show together. So it feels as if, you know, we're doing something together. The other gentleman, there's not as much conversation throughout the day. He also has a job where he has to be present and go to work. There's not as much communication. There's, you know, FaceTiming. There's, you know, FaceTiming happy hour where he'll have a drink and I'll have a drink, and, you know, we're FaceTiming. So definitely, it is a challenge in the physical aspect of it, but, you know, getting to know these men without being in front of them has also been very enlightening as well, and fun.
So I'm so glad that you said that, because, and I know that there are other people that you're chatting and not yet dating virtually.
Exactly.
Because you're still out there. So ladies, this is so important to get that. You don't want to limit yourself to just dating one person. And I love how, Anna, you have this duality going on. Somebody that you went out with before coronavirus, who now is showing up in a particular way, and somebody that you haven't met yet in person, that you're dating virtually, and he's showing up in a particular way. And this is why it's so important to date more than one person at a time. You know, one of the things, there's a lot of tragic things happening with the coronavirus. People are losing their jobs, you know, businesses are shutting down, people are sick, you know. We have people in our community who we're praying for who either are sick or have somebody in their family who's sick. So there's a lot of that going on. And then there's also a very unique opportunity here to see and get to know people in a way that we had the opportunity but missed it. before all this started happening. Glad's going to talk much more about that in the second hour, so make sure you stay tuned on that. But here's my coaching to you, Anna, because you have these two experiences, and to anybody who's listening and watching right now, keep dating more than one person, because one of the biggest gifts you can ever give yourself or take away from yourself is getting to know somebody really well before you say, I want to be in a relationship with this person. A lot of times we're driven by or led by our emotions, chemistry, and chemistry. It's a lot of hormones and a lot of biology shooting off at the same time. There's deeper connection that you want to experience and be able to create. And we teach the women in our program to be able to do this, to be able to create those conversations where you start to get a very good sense about who it is that you're either chatting with or dating in person or dating virtually, so that you can make the best decision for yourself. And so what I'm going to recommend to you, Anna, specifically, is that you keep now that you have these two, like, date somebody else. You know, we've given you the verbiage on how you can have things move from text to being in person, you know, or virtual in person, or even on a conversation, and learning how and expanding yourself so that you keep growing. Because right now, ladies, this is not the time to be pulling back and going in, and you can discover what there is to discover about what you need to discover and be dating at the same time. And that's one of the things that the ladies who go through our programs get. None of us is perfect. I'm married. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes every day. I made, one this morning and in my communication, but it's about learning from those mistakes. And this thought that I have to have it all sorted out before I can start dating is not true. So Anna, you get to keep now expanding on that. And as where you are, in your program, we're going to go deeper now into the dating fundamentals, so that you can start to get that, because that really is one of the biggest obstacles, is not giving yourself, one, enough options, and two, because I said I had two that I picked from at the end, but I was dating 5 at one time at the same time. And it was in person, so that took a lot more time, because, you can go to the room, change your shirt, you're on another date now virtually. You don't even have to drive anywhere. So that's an advantage. So that's what I would say, now expand yourself even further. It's going to feel uncomfortable because, like you said, it's still a work in progress for you to know how to date more than one person at a time. But, you've got the support in the community so that you can do that. And what that's going to do is, look, we don't know how long this normal is going to last and what the new normal is going to look like. But what's going to be an advantage for you is that you're already in the progress of doing this, so that when you are able to date face-to-face, you're going to have all the skills you need to know on how to really qualify who you want to spend your time with and what it is, and keep getting deeper and clearer into what it is you want to experience in your extraordinary relationship. Okay, any advice you want to give the ladies before we go on a break?
Very similar to you, where I, when I started dating, turned to single friends. And I see now in my life where I have friends that are in relationships or have been, in long-term marriages where, again, at the end of the day, it is their relationship and they're not coaches. As uncomfortable as it may feel sometimes to take the advice, definitely everything that I've incorporated and have put into use has definitely shown a positive. So as uncomfortable as it may seem, I know that putting in the coaching and the development is going to help get me closer to that relationship of my dreams.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Anna. And I look forward to seeing how this evolves now. I love being on this journey with you. Gladys loves being on this journey with you, and a lot of your heart sisters.
Gladys look beautiful, by the way. You guys look stunning.
Thank you. Some of your heart sisters from your group are in here too. So, and you've got some messages coming through, so you can go ahead and answer. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Mwah. All right. So here's what I want to say. I just saw, it's so funny. I just happened to look down and, people are saying, oh my gosh, I'm a single mom. I have a challenge finding time to date. I was a single mom and I had 2 children at the time. And So I understand that it can be challenging, but here's the thing, there's always a solution to whatever you're really at least 3 solutions to whatever you're committed to really having. And I wasn't committed to having my kids or using my kids or having them be the reason why I didn't get to live the life that I wanted. So even if you're a mom, and we probably have a lot of moms here, you also get to live the love that you want. You also get to have extraordinary love. Are you going to have to manage through some things to be able to do that? Absolutely. I had to manage through some things. I had to schedule childcare. I had to make sure that my children were taken care of and that I was also being taken care of. So you never have to put yourself in a position where it's either going to be my kids or me, or my job or me, or my parents or me if you're taking care of your parents. When you are really committed to something, and you're working with people who can give you the tools to do it, there's nothing that you can't accomplish. You just have to be willing to move past the fear of, will it happen for me? Can it happen for me? And we're here today telling you it absolutely can happen for you. You've got to be willing to take that step forward. And you're not doing it alone, because when you're working with us, you're in an amazing community that is so supportive of one another. You're getting to meet some of them here as they're writing in there. So it's absolutely possible, okay? All right, we're gonna get ready for a break. We're gonna take 5 minutes just to grab a quick glass of water. We're gonna, if you need to use the restroom. And so what I want to share with you is, if you are hearing for yourself that there are some things that you would want to work through with a coach, some of you are probably already starting to think about, how do I work through this? So for example, you might be thinking, how do I work it out when I have children and I also want to date? Or how do I stop attracting unavailable men? Or how do I let go of my ex because I feel like I'm still so attached to that relationship that I haven't been able to move forward? Or how do I date successfully during the coronavirus and beyond the coronavirus? Or whatever else there may be that you want support with, we have coaches available for you today. All right. So what you're going to do is, if you want to speak to a coach, schedule a session with a coach, type in the chat, coach, type the word coach, and we're going to make a note of who's typing that. And what's going to happen is, go ahead and type that in. What's going to happen is we're going to reach out to you, and we're going to send you a link so that you can go ahead and schedule your session with a coach, because we want to make sure that you have all of the support that you want and need as you work through all of this. All right. And then now, for some odd reason, all of these spots get booked. Be patient with us. We're going to work through that. We'll figure it out. And then we can go ahead and reach out to you. But the important thing is that you type the word coach, and make sure that your name also says your first and your last name so that we know who you are. If not, the coach will send you a message about that, so that we can get in touch with you. Okay, I see a lot of you. Coach, coach, coach. All right, we're going to be busy. Yay, I love it. I love how committed everybody is to breaking through whatever's stopping them. That is awesome. All right, so now, like I said, we may get to you today. We may get to you tomorrow or the next day as far as the appointment date. Be patient with us. We got you. You are not in this alone. We have got your back. All right. Now, here's the thing that I want everybody, if you have a pen and paper, I want you to go ahead and write this down before we go to the break, because this is going to be really important to have your coaching session be the most valuable coaching session for you. You want to write down this question so that you could be ready for your coaching call. What would success and happiness look like if my coach was able to handle what I need on the call? What would success and happiness look like if my coach was able to handle what I need in my love life on the call? So what that's going to do is it's going to get you thinking about what specific thing you want coaching on. That's going to help your coach be able to support you the best, just like you've seen us, Gladys with Jennifer and me with Anna, being able to lead to where it needs to go. So what would success look like? What would happiness look like if my coach was able to handle what I'm dealing with on the call. All right, because you need to know what success will look like for you. Otherwise, it's not going to make a difference for you. All right.
So excited to be back. All right. So hopefully you got a chance to go to the bathroom. I did not. So if I'm moving a lot, you know why. But we're really happy. We see that there are a ton of you trying to, requesting coaching. So here's the thing. Make sure that you have put coach next to your name. Emma and Clarissa, who are on our team, Emma's one of our coaches, Clarissa is our assistant. They are looking for the people who are requesting coaching. Now, if you have some cute name right now, where we're not, or you don't have your last name, you're gonna need to put coach, your first and last name, and your email address so that we can find you on our roster. All right, so we have way more people requesting coaching than we have slots right now, but we're going to make time for you. We're going to make sure that we get those slots open for you. Okay. So make sure that if you're right now, your name is just showing your first name and your last name, then, just your first name, or I see some people that have numbers or anonymous. As much as we would love to get you a coach, if we don't know who you are, okay, so make sure you do that. All right, so we're back, we're ready to roll. I want to know in the chat, how has this been for you so far? What are you excited about that you heard, that you learned, that opened up for you? This is how we know that you are being an active listener and not just a bystander. So let me see. All right. And I see some of you are putting you need to put your email addresses in there too. That's how you signed up for the training. So that's how we'll be able to find you on the list of people who signed up. We're giving priority to the people, obviously, who we can book right away. Okay. Thank you. 26349. See, you're one of the people that if you want coaching, you're gonna have to go find your name on the participants list and rename yourself so that we know who you are. But thank you. Let me see who else. Let me see, people are giving us their contact. So I'm excited that I can open myself to dating in a healthy way. This is from Christina. I have a habit of, as you said, fast forwarding. LOL. Good, Christina. Good that you're seeing that. Awesome, awesome. All right, any other insights really quickly? Eye-opening, so many takeaways. It's about how I show up, what I'm attracting. Misaligned men, awesome. Not awesome that you're doing that, awesome that you're seeing that, Catherine. And I think I saw that you requested a coach. We've been talking for a while. It's time to step up and step in. That's it. I've got you, girl. You do not have to worry about that. Michelle and I have got you. All right, who else? How I show up in relationships is how I show up in the rest of my life. Definitely a lot to take in. Kristen, what's the thing that's most resonating? Don't allow, it is a lot. It is a lot. We promise we were pouring ourselves into you. But if you can really pinpoint one takeaway, share it with us and then put it on paper. I promise you'll see why. You'll see why that's important. Amazing. First thing you said was an aha about commitment and going with the flow. Awesome. Oh, when we were dealing with all the tech. Important to create intimacy before jumping in. Absolutely. I love the meditation with which we began. I feel in the presence of peace and openness. Beautiful, Priyali. And then Beth, you say you want to talk to a coach. I'm supposed to move ASAP, but due to COVID, I'm afraid to move. Okay. All right. Make sure that you put your name and your email address, and Emma will make sure. Is this Beth from the Secrets to Extraordinary Love Summit? I am ready, coach. Oh my goodness gracious, Emma. Janet is ready with a capital R-E-A-D. The constant is you. Just thinking about dating gives me major anxiety. So Cece, I hear you, honey. I hear you. You're not alone. We deal with women who have had traumatic experiences, whether it's in their life, before dating or relationship, or during. We have the process that we take you through. I mean, imagine what life would be like if you were healed from that, if that was gone, if you were released and set free from that. It really is possible. I want you to know that. We've helped so many women really break free from the past. I'm attracting emotionally unavailable men because I'm the one who's available, because I'm afraid to be hurt and rejected. That's so vulnerable, Zen. Beautiful. All right. So these are some of the things you actually got ahead of me. So here's what I'm hearing. I hear, oh, this is so, can you guys see this? These are new markers. Can you see that? It's not the best. That's Sharpie, because I thought it was the best. All right, tell me if you can, okay, you can see it, great. So I hear fear, I hear, these are challenges. Okay, fear, I hear trauma. I saw unavailable man. What are some other challenges? What are some other challenges that you're facing? I'm going to try to put this up a little
Go
bit.
ahead and read them, Gladys, so that.
All right. Is that better, Michelle? Does it look like I moved it closer?
Yeah. That's good. We see
Okay.
it. We're good.
Awesome.
All right.
All right. What else? Who else? What
Let's
else?
see. Need to break through the patterns. She's gonna coaching with you before. Guys don't follow through, but that's, well, okay, that's a challenge. Limiting beliefs that a good relationship is impossible.
I know this is not how you're supposed to roll. So
Okay.
And then limiting beliefs about relationships.
Yeah. And then another one is I devalue myself and make others more important.
Mm-hmm.
Self-sabotaging patterns. Men don't want a video date. Men saying they don't want to be in a relationship, but they treat you like you're in a relationship. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Middle-aged.
Hold on. I'm just gonna have to make it ugly. Okay, middle age. I don't know what that means.
But because they're middle-aged, they can't.
Okay. That's a limiting belief.
Low self-worth. Communication. Don't know how to communicate. Fear of losing myself.
What else? Anything else? One or two
Yep.
more?
I'm looking for different ones.
Okay.
Shyness. Don't know how to set boundaries without feeling needy.
Okay.
Overweight. Yeah, too old. So age came up again. Worthiness came up again.
Where did I put? Oh.
No, never had a example of a loving relationship. So don't know how to create one.
All right. Anything else you see that I should capture?
Look, just like going after the good-looking guys, but then they're not quality men.
Mm-hmm.
Too late.
What?
Too late for me.
So that's the age thing. Where's that? That's 3.
And then one more is finding men to date that don't have or don't want kids. We have like 50 more. We can't go through all of them. Thank you, ladies.
So what I'm going to request our team do, Clarissa, if you can just make sure from the time we started with the challenges, you just copy and paste that into a document for us that says challenges.
Phoebe's doing that.
Awesome. Perfect. Done. Great. This is why it takes teamwork to make the dream work. Okay. So all of these things, all of these challenges, and the ones that we didn't capture, the 50 more, and there's probably, honestly, quite frankly, there's probably like hundreds more. All of these things are what we refer to in our work as love barriers. Okay. This is a piece of what's standing between you and the relationship of your dreams, the relationship that your heart truly desires, the one that you've always dreamed of, the one where there is love and passion and trust, where you can feel safe, where you know that you are worthy, not because of anything that you do or anything that you accomplish or anything that you have to prove. It's about who you are, really getting your worth so that you can attract. We have a saying inside of our community: your net worth will never exceed your level of self-worth. So if finances are an issue, you want to get that, we've got to transform this. So although we're all currently dealing with life during a pandemic, in I would have never in 1,000 years thought that this was going to be something that I would have to deal with, quite honestly. Like who even thought, right? And this pandemic specifically is now requiring us to be socially distant from each other, to stay at home. Some of you have been dealing with these changes, with these types of challenges during these weeks, but some of you have been dealing with this isolation for years, decades. So it's not coronavirus specific. It's the keeping others away, distancing myself, not letting you get close enough to hurt me. I will not allow that, like all of that. So any event, and it's really, really important that you understand that, because as unique as the situation that we're living in right now is, the truth is, and I want you to do this right now. If you're being an active participant, if you're being a committed woman, do this with me right now. I want you to substitute whatever you've been making coronavirus mean about what you're able to do and not able to do right now in your love life. I want you to substitute it with something else that happened that was stopping you before coronavirus. Because let's be honest, some of you weren't dating before you had to be socially distanced. So it's not a coronavirus phenomenon. Some of you were not doing online dating. Some of you were not really connecting with people even when you were dating in person. So think about what's the thing that's present now that was also present before, because that's going to give you a new opening that you can break through, a new opening of something that's been stopping you that maybe until this conversation you didn't see. Okay, because any event can throw you off the path to attracting your future husband if you allow it to throw you off, because you don't have the skills to stay on track no matter what life throws at you, because things tend to rock you off of your dream. Things like working too many hours, feeling like you're stuck in a job that you don't like, knowing that there's something else you want to be doing, but you feel stuck. I can't leave. I saw somebody saying, I'm stuck in the house with the person that I was divorcing. Were you already stuck in the house with that person before 4 weeks ago? It's not coronavirus. Maybe it's impacting how soon you can leave, but don't confuse it. Don't collapse it, because then you're making the mistake of thinking, oh, this is only because of this. How long have you been stuck in your life, not just in your house? Things like, I've got to finish school. I can't finish school. I can't date and go to school. Things like, I'm a single parent. We saw it. It came up. Now, we're not dismissing that any of these things are challenges. We're saying they don't have to stop you. Anna is a single mother, right? Anna's a single mother. Michelle was a single mother. Emma, who's our coach, is a single mother. So it's not the reason that you can't be in a relationship. Getting sick. You know, we have clients right now currently in our community who are dealing with cancer and still dating, and still in a community of women who have been praying that I have to put the praise report, those of you who know, but we have a client who went to get a scan, right? She just had her surgery and there was a fear that it had spread, and the whole community came together to pray for her and got a clear scan. Another client's father was in the ICU with coronavirus. She is in a relationship because of the program and had him at her side during all of this, and her dad just got released from ICU yesterday. I haven't put that in the group, but those of you who know I'm talking about, great news. A parent getting sick just this year, Michelle, I don't know the exact number, but when I was thinking about this today, I think at least 4 of our clients dealing with a parent who's very, very ill, whether it's dementia or a physical chronic illness, and they're helping to take care of their parent. Losing your job, Right now, that's a reality. And we've got women in our program who are dealing with it powerfully, shifted, attended the hardship call. They're in the community and have shifted their circumstances. Getting a promotion and now have to work even more than I was working before, getting a raise, graduation, my kids' graduations, my kids' weddings is something that we dealt with this year with someone. Kids graduating and leaving home, and then you're in a house with a person that you don't know anymore. Like there's all these things that they can be seen as challenges. They can be seen as blocks. Any one of these could be a reason that you give yourself for it's not the right time. And here's what we want to tell you. It's always the right time to love and be loved. Love never goes on lockdown. You should tweet that. Love never goes on lockdown. Your birthright to love and be loved never goes on lockdown unless you shut it down. Okay, so these are the barriers that you can see, right? And the ones that you were able to give us really quickly. What about the ones you're not even aware of? What about the ones that are impacting your relationship, your ability to create the relationship of your dreams, and you're not even aware of? Like when I was relating to, I'm never gonna love or be loved again. Like it was the absolute truth. Jen was relating to, it's just not gonna happen for me. It can't happen for me. Nothing I ever want ever turns out. Do you think that she really thought that was a limiting belief? Not until she was in our program. Until she was in our program, it was the truth. It was the truth she chose to believe until she saw there was another possible truth. So we can't deny, we'd be ignorant to deny that dating looks very different right now. Okay, there's social distancing, there's stay-at-home orders, some of the places that people go on dates, right? Restaurants, bars, movie theaters, beaches, parks, those things are closed to the public. And in an effort to keep each other safe, the majority of us are honoring that, right? And being in this different time does not mean that it's a bad time to be dating. It does not mean that. It's just a different time. It's actually a great time to be dating right now. We just spoke to Mijana, had a call 2 days ago with a man, multimillionaire, has created and sold 2 online dating apps to Match.com. Very, very knowledgeable about the online dating industry and dating industry and matchmaking industry. And he told us there has never been a better time for people to get to really know each other. There has never been, this is a person who has been in this industry, I forgot how many years he told us, but it's not, at least a decade. If not, I think he actually said 2 decades. Okay, never been a better time to really get to know someone. But the thing is, if you don't know how to really get to know someone, then what comes up is something I saw in the Q&A is, how do you trust somebody? Well, how do you trust somebody on the phone? How do you trust somebody in person? If there's a trust issue, it's not just because you're talking on the phone or video chatting. There's a trust issue, period. Let's break through that, okay? So just so that you know why we're saying it's actually a great time. First of all, people are home and they're not quite so distracted like they used to be, right? There's a recent article on time.com published just a few weeks ago, said that Bumble, which a lot of you are probably on, reports 21% increase in the messages, just messaging, in Seattle, 23% increase in New York City, 26% increase in San Francisco since March 12th, which was the day, it was the day after the World Health Organization labeled the coronavirus a global pandemic. The use of in-app video chatting on Bumble, which was a feature that most people didn't even know existed. They didn't even know they had access to that feature before the coronavirus spread, increased 93%. So for the person who said men don't want to video chat, some men don't want to video chat, maybe the ones that you're attracting. So let's start attracting the men who's ready now. Look, there are men out there who want to be in a relationship. They don't want to play around. They don't want a woman who just wants to play games or wants them for their money. They're truly looking for a life partner. And if that's not the man that you're attracting, again, there's nothing wrong with you. There's something not working about what you're doing. and about what you're attracting and who you're attracted to. Okay. So 93% increase. That's like, look how close to 100%. I was gonna say that's like 100%, but it's very close to 100%, right? Which that was the day, that 93% since March 13th. So think about March 13th. That was the day that President Trump declared a national emergency. And as of March 27th, in-app call and video chatting was averaging 29 minutes. People were having conversations. Hinge also saw a 30% increase in messaging in the messaging app in March compared to February. So just a month. And they responded, right? Because businesses are pivoting. They responded by launching an in-app date from home feature that if both users agree, launches a video chat or a phone call. Netflix added an app where you can virtually watch the same, it'll start the video or the show at the very same time, so you all can each cook a meal, sit in front of the video chat, watch your show, and now you're on a virtual date. Okay, phone calls leading to virtual dates where you can see one another in the privacy of your own home. They're going to allow you to get to know someone better in a shorter amount of time without all the distractions that are happening in a restaurant, in a bar, at the theater, in a park where there's a bunch of other people. You're getting to know the person. Experts say that this could really change the dating world, even after the stay-at-home orders are lifted. Okay, so here's the thing. You can choose to Netflix and live, it used to be Netflix and chill, Netflix and live vicariously by watching reality shows or movies. Well, reality shows that really aren't that real, quite honestly. Or you can create your own reality where you're able to attract and meet and date real men with whom you can create a relationship. And how many of you were complaining to us, all men want to do is be pen pals? Well, now there is a desire for people to connect. It's not just you, it's not just me. People want to really connect. And again, if those aren't the men that you're meeting, we've got to talk. Make sure you say that you want to talk to a coach, because if other women are, why not you? If other women, like one of the women you're going to hear from in just a little bit, was able to get into the best relationship of her life with someone she had just met right before the lockdown happened, really get to know each other. We're not talking about surfacey conversations here, ladies. We're talking about real deep connection with another human being. And not just because they're feeling isolated and lonely, like really getting to know each other during this time. How many of you were complaining about the pen pals? And men who didn't want to get on the phone. Men who didn't want to do FaceTime before. And now it's almost become a necessity, right? So here's the thing. Even with all of the statistics that I just laid out for you, the 93%, the 80%, the 23% increase, even with all of that activity online, here's the truth. There are still people who are feeling frustrated. There are still people not meeting the right person. And there are still people not getting into the relationship of their dreams. And here's why. Hoping and wishing and waiting is not going to get you there. Being on 5 different apps is not going to get you there, because we get asked a lot, which app should we be on? We have clients meeting men on every single app. It's hard for us, honestly, to give people, and we always preface it with that, because we can give you lists of people who have met their partners on any platform, Swiping left or right isn't going to get you there. What's going to get you meeting the right kind of man and dating, and then moving into being in the relationship that you've always wanted is, first, working through your love barriers and learning, having the effective and the proven skills that are going to allow you to break through your love barriers quickly and easily and powerfully, so that you can attract a relationship with a man who's going to be there with you in times like these, who's going to be there to wrap his arms around you, who's going to tell you it's going to be okay, and who'll be there to support you and celebrate the amazing moments of your life too. That's what's possible. All right,
Perfect. All right. So just piggybacking on what Gladys is saying, there are so many things. Obviously, we can't go into every single thing that we go into in our programs, but there are some things that are really important for a woman who wants to create extraordinary love to know. And the first step is understanding and being able to identify what your love barriers are. So what are love barriers? Love barriers are the fears, the doubts, the limiting beliefs. And those were some of the challenges that we saw when Gladys was making the list of challenges. The things that stand in the way of you being able to have the love that you want, and even expand into the life that you want, because whatever's stopping you here stops you in other places. Now, you may be saying, well, but no, my career is going pretty well. What happens is that you tend to spend time in the areas that you know you're going to succeed in, and you avoid the ones that you feel that you're not. And one of the things that's coming out of this whole pandemic is that we can no longer avoid the things that we've been avoiding. We can't avoid them, because if we're single, we're feeling really single right now. There are only so many Zoom calls you can join. There's no distraction of going out into the world and doing something else. So it's really important that you be able to identify what are the things that when it comes to love, they stop me. And it doesn't matter how many podcasts I listen to. It doesn't matter how many books I read. I have not been able to transform this. The reason you can't transform that with a podcast or with a book is because this isn't a tip or trick type of thing. You've got to get to the source of what created that, and then have the tools to be able to break that apart. And you can't get around it with positive thinking. Positive thinking isn't going to carry the day, and neither are the tips, tricks, strategies. Like Jen said, this is not manipulation. Those types of things, it's like you just cover up what's really there. And what it leaves you with, and there's nothing wrong with positive thinking, it's just that it's not only going to last until the next negative thing shows up. So what you're looking for is to really be able to see it, then break it apart and replace it with something that's going to make a difference for you, not just now in your dating life, but once you're in the relationship, and then for the rest of your life, and then be able to apply it into other areas of your life. And it just breaks our heart, because we know that there's so many love coaches out there who are teaching the tips and the tricks and the strategies. And then women end up having their heart broken again, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work for you, and it doesn't work for your experience of being in your life and in your love life. And it takes way too long doing it that way. It takes way too long doing it the way of tips, tricks, and positive thinking. So we teach our clients how to actually see them and then break them down so they can free themselves. You heard it with Jennifer. You heard it with Anna. You're going to hear it now with Emma as well, and with somebody else you'll meet later on today. Break through those patterns of thinking, those patterns of behavior, the patterns of behaving and acting and speaking that are actually keeping you single. If you could break through that, how amazing would that be? So that then you can get to experiencing the love that your heart not only desires, but that you really and truly deserve. And once you learn how to master that, once you learn how to do that, then you learn how to tap into the conscious and also subconscious patterns that you have in speaking and behaving, and the whole game changes. This is what I experienced myself when I let go of those fears and those beliefs I had about myself, about men, about relationships. And I was able to do it not just on the, oh, I see this, but it was layers and layers deep, and it wasn't hard work. That's why we call it heart work, not hard work. And I really got that underneath it all, underneath that, I really felt there was something wrong with me. And that just wasn't in love. I compensated in other ways, in other areas, but I was feeling like that like a mother. I was feeling like that when it came to my health. I was feeling like that in many other areas, and you might be able to resonate with that. And when I was able to pinpoint the moments in which I created those beliefs, the moments in which those fears got created, and be able to dismantle them and disappear them, that's when I was able to not only experience myself as a beautiful, loving, and lovable woman who is worthy and deserving of the love she desires, I was able to attract the man who felt that about himself as well. So that's one thing, being able to identify your love barriers and have the skills to be able to break through them. And then the other thing that comes after that, and they're very, very closely linked together, is being able to master your emotions. So one of the things that's essential in being able to create extraordinary love is being able to master your emotions. A lot of times we just focus on the thinking and we're not focusing on the emotions. And this is both work together to get to true transformation. And so imagine what it would be like if no matter what circumstance showed up in your life. And you might think of the most challenging thing you're going through right now in your life. What if you could be in the face of that circumstance with grace, with power? What if you can be in that circumstance without breaking down or shutting down or acting out? What would that be like? So that's what emotional mastery makes available in your life. And this is where you need a strong coach. Okay, I'm going to speak to you very directly. This is where you need a strong coach, because you want a coach that's able to do that in their own life. Someone who's already mastered emotions. That doesn't mean you don't have a breakdown ever. It means that the number of breakdowns in your life are very minimal, and the time that you spend in those breakdowns are short. Because what happens with emotional mastery is you'll see that the amount of time that you maybe used to spend in a breakdown, or you're spending in a breakdown a week or 2 days, you're able to get over that in an hour or 30 minutes or 10 minutes. Can you hear the power in that? That's extraordinary. And so being able to shift, that requires a strong coach with the ability to teach you how to do that, and also with strong leadership skills. That they're not only going to feel for you, but they're going to stand for you the way you've heard our clients here that we stand for them, so that they don't get stopped by the next obstacle that's in the way or the own stories that they have in their head. And that is what is going to help you. And the other level that's really beneficial is that you have accountability. So a lot of us left to our own devices will say one thing and do another. Some of us even do more for others than we do for ourselves. So having accountability for following through on what you say you're going to do when it comes to putting yourself out there, putting your profile, having somebody who's able to look at your profile and say, I can see the fear in that statement. I hear the fear in that statement. Who else is going to be able to tell you that? With honest and loving, raw compassion, but a stand that's unshakable. So then what happens is when you have that emotional mastery, you are able to trust yourself. Because if you think about some of the things that were written on the challenges, what's missing there is trusting. Yes, it can happen to me. Yes, I'm able to do it. Yes, I'm able to let that go. Yes, I can master my way of thinking. Yes, I can master my emotions. I don't have to be an explosion or a reaction waiting to happen. I can respond versus react in my life. That's what it's going to be able to do. And when you're in that energy and you have those skills, you can't help but attract a high quality man into your life. Because a high quality man does not want a drama queen. Drama kings like drama queens. But a high quality man, he doesn't want a drama queen. He wants a woman who knows who she is, who isn't perfect, but even inside of her imperfection, can love herself, accept herself, and know that she is lovable. So the other amazing thing that happens, and you've heard it with some of the people on here, and you heard it from me, is there's something very powerful when you raise your level of confidence, assertion inside of yourself, and you trust yourself. Something starts to happen in the world of dating and in the world of life where it comes to a job or something that you want to be a part of, is you stop being the one that's waiting to get chosen, and you get to be the one who does the choosing. You don't wait for people to choose you. You're the one that's choosing. You know, when I was dating 5 guys, I had never done that before. It was awesome. It felt great to be able to do that. And when one started acting in a way that wasn't aligned with what I wanted to experience when it came to my love vision in my life, or was against my values, instead of doing what I always used to do, which was make an exception, make it okay, convince myself, well, you know, it's not that bad. I stopped doing that. And I started really standing for my values and my boundaries and living by them for myself. That gave me power, and it totally increased the level of trust that I had within myself to make the best decisions for my life and choose for myself. So our program is also great because it's a program that you can participate at home and then in your community. So women love that because there's a sisterhood that gets created that's so necessary, not just now, but especially now in the time that we're in. So what we're going to do is we're going to just reiterate one thing before I bring Emma on, and that is that this is the perfect time. There is no later. There is no maybe someday. What if you had the right coaching and the right skills so that instead of constantly saying, maybe one day I'll have the love I want, to I have the love I want? Because that is absolutely possible for you. The men, this is the perfect time, ladies. The men you want to attract are at home right now. They have more time than they've ever had right now to talk to the woman who is a match for them. So you get to attract the men that are a match for you, so they can attract the woman that's a match for them. And this is the perfect time to do that. This is a time where we all get to be on purpose about our love lives, on purpose about the things that really matter to us, and stop putting things off. We've learned in a very quick lesson that nothing is guaranteed. Going to the hair salon is no longer guaranteed. Everything, putting gas in your car is different. So this is the time, and it's the perfect time for you. So you can place yourself in a position where over, let's say, the next 90 days, you catch those men who are at home right now waiting for you. You catch their attention. Or magnify the attention of the ones you've already been dating, so that when you are able to see each other face to face, it's even going to be that much more extraordinary. This is the absolute best time to do that. So I want to bring somebody on who took on the coronavirus era as a perfect time to step in to really up-leveling her dating life and attracting the relationship of her dreams. So is Emma on? Hey, Emma. I see.
Hi.
Hi. So good to see you. Do you, by any chance, I hear a little bit of feedback. Do you have something on your phone on your computer?
I just logged off of the computer, or off of my phone. I was on it with both devices.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Is it sound okay now?
Yes, sounds much better now. All right, great. How are you?
I am good, thank you. Happy to be here.
So happy to see you here. So you're such a great example of so many things. But particularly we've been talking about that ability to manage your mind, manage your emotions, and really take a step in and say, this is the perfect time for me. So can you share a little bit about where you were when you started working with us when it comes to your love life?
Sure, yeah. Well, I had been married or with my ex-husband for 15 years, and we were divorced for about 5 years when I met you and started working with you guys. And in that 5 years, I had just gone into total hiding. From the experience with my marriage, I no longer trusted myself to show up in love. I didn't trust myself to make decisions. I had a terrible fear of rejection. And what I started to learn is I just didn't want to be vulnerable. I was afraid to be seen. I really wasn't dating at all. Like when I started working with you, and it was like a moment where I remember I told one of my girlfriends, I'm only single because I choose to be single. And when I said that to myself, I'm like, that's true. But my heart doesn't want to be single. I don't want to be single. But it is true that I'm creating that reality. And I realized that I'm like, I need help. What I'm doing is not working. And I was looking for support.
Yeah, so I remember where you were, and I remember that the first action you took, which was so inspiring for us, is you were in North Carolina and you saw a video about a 2-day event we were going to do. And ladies, this is what we mean by the perfect time and stepping in and not missing that window, right? So you see a video, and Gladys is talking about the difference about wanting something and being committed to something. And that was 2 days before the event that was starting on Saturday. And what did you do at that time?
Oh my gosh, that was so huge for me. I mean, what's interesting is I had known you both for a while, and I was supporting that event. I had no intention of going. I was like, and when she sent that message, the difference between interested and committed, it just hit me like a brick. Like I totally have just been interested in a relationship and not at all committed. I was taking no action. I wasn't letting myself be seen. I wasn't on dating sites. Literally, like I would mean mug any man that I saw. I was taking no committed action. And it was just this like light bulb moment where I'm like, man, if I want this, I get to act on it. And I mean, I'm very spiritual, you know, I knew God was going to bring me love, but you got to show up. Like you've got to be willing to work with God. And I just wasn't doing. There was no committed action. And so for me, that was the light bulb moment where I'm like, I got to have some skin in the game. Like I got to show up and make sure the universe, God knows, like this is serious and this is what I want. And that takes a little bit of risk, a little bit of uncomfortableness, a little bit of like not knowing. And so I just jumped in the car and like the next day, I mean, I'm a single mom, so this is a big deal. It was no small like decision to say, I am going to leave tomorrow and I'll be gone for 2 days. And I drove 12 hours to Southern Florida and showed up for the event. And it was like, I'm so glad I did.
I'm so glad that you did. So ladies, you know, you just heard her. She's a single mom. And within a day, she said, this is my moment, figured all of that out, put herself in a car and drove 12 hours from the Carolinas to Miami and got herself in the event and then signed up for the program. And that is that level of committed action. And I love what you said, because a lot of people who are spiritual will say, you know, if it's supposed to be, God will make it happen. God is doing his part, step in and do yours. You're here today. Like God is doing his part everywhere. He's sending us messages that he's here. God, spirit, source, whatever you believe in, I believe in God. So now, Emma, what would you say has been the biggest difference that being in the program, being coached by us, has made for you?
The biggest difference was to really help me see how I was creating the block, like the love barriers that you were talking about. Like I am a very driven woman. I was a Marine officer, led men in combat. Like I was a driver and I accomplished big things in my life, but I did it from a space of control and not being vulnerable. And so when it came to love, those don't work. Like those ways of being don't work. And that was a huge breakthrough. You specifically, Michelle, really helped me see that this pattern of needing to control doesn't work. And I was hiding in fear of rejection, really, and just pretending to be confused, not making decisions, so that I didn't have to be vulnerable. And the biggest breakthrough for me was seeing that, because when you become aware of it and then having a coach to make that, like you just make it so safe to become aware, and then you nudge me into like, now you are responsible, now you get to shift that. And that took a lot of courage, and that really for me did take a loving support of a coach to have the courage to make that shift. And the biggest breakthrough for me now, like this is huge, is that I can speak from my heart. Like I can say what I want my relationship to be. I'm in an amazing relationship. I can tell him what I want it to look like. And if I am being triggered, I can talk about that, like from the heart. I used to never be able to authentically communicate from my heart. And that is like so liberating. I mean, I lived in a prison behind my own fear that I created, just not showing up authentically. I sure looked good on the outside because I was achieving all these great things, but in love, it wasn't working. And so to be able to let that guard down and just show up raw and authentic, it's just like bricks have fallen off my shoulders. It's so liberating.
Oh, that's so good. So good. Because if I had left you there, right, in the fear and the, I remember telling you, okay, we had this conversation 2 weeks ago. Why are you still, what are you getting out of being confused? Right? And then you made the decision to get clear. And you let go of the guy that you kept being confused about. I remember this clearly.
Yeah.
And when you cleared the space and you got clear, then Ryan showed up so strong. The same guy who you thought was not wanting to be in a committed relationship is telling you that he wants to give you his heart, and then coaching you through, stop coaching him on how he's supposed to say that. He just said,
So I was in control. I'm like, but you didn't say it right. And then you had to slap me around a little bit, like, Emma, your eyes and your heart.
that was so funny. But what's great about that is you were so coachable and you allowed yourself to be taken through the process to face what there really was to face and to do the work to break apart those fears and those limiting beliefs that you didn't even know were there. You didn't know they were there because they were so ingrained in your way of thinking and acting and behaving that the ones that you knew were there, you had already worked on. But this thing of confusion and control and trying to, make something happen the way you think it's supposed to happen rather than seeing what's really there was such a powerful breakthrough for you. And then when you got it, you were like, oh my God, he's telling me he wants to give me his heart. And then the rest is history. And how would you say this relationship is different than really specifically one specific thing than any other relationship you've been in?
The thing that makes it the most different is I am.
Oh, you're lagging. Hold on. You're lagging. So you want to turn off the video for just a second.
Deliberately.
Okay.
Turn off video.
Yeah.
All right. Can you hear me better now?
Because you started lagging. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So the difference in this relationship is that I totally 100% deliberately showed up. I have been my whole life pursued and just jumped in a relationship by default or through like the need for control and codependency. And this relationship, I 100% like deliberately showed up with intention to create the relationship of my heart's desire. I knew how I wanted to feel. I knew what I wanted it to look like. I clearly said that to Ryan even. I'm like, this is what I want to create. And I know I get to have this. And I just had total faith and trust that I was going to get to have and create and experience that relationship. And so I didn't have that need to control and hold on to what is right now in front of me because I just knew I was going to get to have that experience. And because I'm able to use my voice now, it allows me to show up deliberately, which before was so scary and vulnerable. It's so funny. I mean, I have led men in combat, but I couldn't tell you what I wanted in an intimate relationship. Like that felt so scary to me.
Wow.
And it really was like, there was like 2 months, Michelle, where I was like, you were in my back pocket. I'm like, what do I say now? What do I do now? And it was so funny to me that I needed that level of support, but I did, to find this ability to get really intentional and the courage to speak from my heart. So that, like you said earlier, I get to do the choosing from my heart.
Yes, that's so great. And you do. And that's where you're at now, at this moment where you now get to choose how you show up in this relationship. And you're in the Girlfriends and Wives group now, so you get that additional coaching and that additional support. What's one thing, if you had anything you'd want to say to the ladies, any advice you want to leave them with, what would that be?
I would say that you don't have to do it alone. I mean, I am driven, I am independent, I run my own business. Like I've always been an achiever. And I just thought like that I had to do this on my own. And you don't. It's actually really silly to do that. If there's a pattern for success that works, like follow that pattern. And it really is so empowering. And it frees you from all the excess noise when you know, like, you can just jump on a straight line strategy that works and are coachable. Really, it takes showing up coachable and, ready to take a coaching, like listen to it with an open heart, not turn it off, not get defensive, listen to the coaching, take it, apply it, and it changes your life.
Well, thank you so much, Emma. I know that I have seen you grow leaps and bounds. I'm super excited for where you're at now and what you're going to continue to create in this amazing relationship that you've been able to create. Thank you so much for being here with us and sharing your story.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you so much. I love you.
I love you too. All right. So we are, so you got to hear that beautiful testimony from Emma, and you know how someone who, powerful woman, you know, very accomplished, used to lead, like she just said, people in combat. And yet there were fears and limiting beliefs and doubts that were standing in her way. And when she was able to do the work, the heart work, to get that out of the way, to get confusion out of the way, to get clarity in the way, and commitment to show up strongly, take the steps that she needed to take, then all of a sudden everything shifted for her. And she really has been coachable throughout this process, and it hasn't taken her long. I think it's been 6 months since she joined the program. So in 6 months, everything altered. In 6 months, everything changed for her.
There you go. All right. So 2 amazing, beautiful testimonials. And every time they're talking, whether it's here, it's not just here, when they're talking in our group calls, when they're talking on the private calls with us, I just remember that first conversation. I always remember the first conversation that we have. And it always moves me, because the fear and really what I see in that, like I think I said this with Jen, there's this combination hope, fear thing in their eyes. Like, I'm so afraid, but I hope you're right, you know? And so it just makes me so happy. So you heard them both share how they thought they really believed it wasn't possible, and then it became possible. Not immediately, doing some of the work. It didn't have to be hard. It wasn't hard work. It was heart work. Once you do the heart work, you're able to it's just like, you just saw it. This woman who was so afraid and now so confident, when she talked about how she's shown up in her relationship, right? When you see Jen, her dad asking, am I invited to the wedding? Like, that's how far they've come. And she's like, well, I'm hoping you'll walk me down. And we have stories like that, people restoring their relationships with themselves, with family members, with children, having promotion and abundance in their finances, restoring their health. How does that happen? How does that happen? Well, I'm going to take just a few minutes. If it's okay with you, I'm going to go ahead and really quickly share with you how you can experience this for yourself. Because I remember when I would hear other people talk, it would be like, and I've even seen some of you saying, I'm not saying that this is the energy behind it, but I've seen, I'm so happy for you. That's so good for you. Good for you, Jen. Good for you, Emma. Good for you, Anna. But what about me? Not in a selfish way, like, I want that too. So I want to share with you how you ladies can experience this for yourself, okay? And I promise I'll be quick. And right after this, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Now, well, let me just do this, and then I'll get into like logistics and all of that stuff. So after this, we're going to take a break. And in the next hour, well, it's not going to be an hour, but we did start an hour, half hour late. So right after the break, we're going to talk about how you can stop wasting your time attracting and dating men who are not a fit for you. So you can take the drama out of dating, the drama out of relationships, make dating and relationships fun, and you can start having the kind of experience that you've heard us and some of our clients share. Okay, so it worked. Awesome. So the program that I want to tell you about is our Ready for Love Now program. So this is for the woman who is absolutely 100% ready to break through all these things, all these challenges, all these love barriers, and start living into the relationship that you have always dreamed of, okay? In our Ready for Love Now program, I'm gonna tell you what you get. These are like the things, the features of the program. What you're gonna get is your life. What you're gonna get is your relationship with yourself back. What you're gonna get is the relationship of your dreams. But what you're gonna get inside of the program is 6 dating and relationship skills training sessions. So these are where Michelle and I are teaching you, how do you break through a fear? How do you break through your limiting beliefs? How do you take the decisions that you made in the past and completely transform the experience you've been having since then, so you can create a new future now? I'm going to talk about a little bit about that, but it is the program that, it is not our year-long program, but what we did was we took 6 the foundation of everything that we teach, and we put it into a 12-week program. So you get 6 dating and relationship skills training sessions, you get 6 group coaching calls, and on those group coaching calls, what happens is you get to ask your questions, you get to ask Michelle and me for coaching, for support. You let us know where you've been feeling stuck, what's working, what's not working, and you get support on the spot. And then you also get to listen to the coaching that we give the other women. And if you've seen in our interactions with the ladies that you've heard from, what they get in a conversation, what they get in when they're saying, and then I had my call with you, they're talking about group coaching calls. Okay, so then you also, one thing that Michelle and I have been committed to since we started was we never wanted people to think that the only time that you can feel safe and supported and held and lifted up and have the coaching that you need, that you would never have to wait till you were on a phone call with us in order to have that, in order to have that experience. Okay, so what we do is in our program, you actually get ongoing, unlimited and ongoing support inside of our private Facebook group, which you see there, I put priceless, because here's the deal, ladies. We have 6 training calls and we have 6 group calls. And what's happening between those calls is called life. It's called you getting a text message that you don't know how to respond to. It's called, how do I answer the question that he just asked me? It's how do I let him know that I want to move from texting into having a conversation without coming across as controlling? How do I tell him I miss him without being needy? So that's what happens between our sessions. So inside of the Facebook group, you can ask those questions. Plus, you're inside of a safe and loving community of other strong, smart, powerful women who are just as committed as you are to transforming and breaking through their love barriers so that they can have the love that they want. Okay, then towards the end of the program, you get a private one-on-one next best step session. So what that is we take a look and see everything that you've accomplished, all of your results, all that you've broken through over the 12 weeks. And we say, okay, now for you specifically, Samantha, this is what your best next step is. Now for you, Carmen, this is what your next best step is. So you're also getting that individualized private coaching. Okay. Then we're also, you know, we always joke that we're twins, so everything has to come in multiples. So, so we have some bonuses for you. Now, the bonus gifts, I'm going to say what they are. And basically what we're telling you with the bonus gifts is you're also going to get lifelong relationship skills, because we're going to give you an opportunity to we're going to give you access to our Decoding the Opposite Sex Masterclass. Now, this is a masterclass we have never done before inside of our community. It is something that Michelle and Arnie are licensed to teach, and it is something you are not going to get anywhere else, because in addition to the parts that they're licensed to teach, it's combined with our work. So some of you have it as a bonus already, those of you who have been working with us, and those of you who are here, you're going to get that as a bonus. And it says $400 there, but I'm telling you, it would probably be more. We're just being conscious of the coronavirus and things that people are facing. And then you also are going to get a ticket to the Irresistible Woman Live event, which is just temporarily postponed. It is not canceled. And we may even do a virtual version if it looks like we can't do the live version. This event is going to happen. I just want you to know the event is going to happen. And it's going to be amazing, because women were already asking us in November for the dates, because they were blocking off their calendars. They were asking for the time off. So people come from all over the world in order to participate at this event. So I will tell you, it is not canceled. Please hold. It is just postponed. I got sirens and everything. All right. So normally, if you added all this up, I mean, you all can do math. This would be, the total investment would be $5,200. Actually, I think it's $5,300. But we'll say $5,200. And we're not going to do that. We're certainly not going to do that. Number one, and it's not like, but wait, there's more. It's not that. We're not going to do that because we're conscious of what's happening. The program, honestly, when it sells, it sells for $4,000. And we're not going to do that today. So what are we doing? We have a Ready Right Now special that we're going to do. And because we're honoring those of you who are still on, see, we had 95 people. Not everybody stayed on. You are the smart women. And I told you we have something that we're doing at the end that if you don't stay on, I'm telling you, you're going to be kicking yourself, because it's going to get even better. Okay. But we're going to bring it down. For those of you who are ready right now, we've lowered the price from $4,000 to $1,000 for this program. It's 3 months of coaching. It's 12 weeks of coaching with us, with the 6 most essential foundational skills of our program. And then for those of you who right now can't do the 1,000 because of for whatever reason, or you feel you can't do the 1,000, then you can do 3 payments of $400. Okay, so it would be we broke it up for you so that you have a little bit of more breathing room, okay? Now, I know I'm talking fast because I really do want to honor your time, but here's what I'll say. This will never happen again. I'm saying it, you can give my word, this is not going to happen again. This is a special love now because of what we're all going through. So go ahead, and you see there's a link down at the bottom. I know you can't click it, so I'm going to say it slowly and then I'll say it several times. It's Heart's Desire, INTL.com. That's Heart's Desire International.com /ready for love now. If you don't put ready for love now after the slash, you are not going to get this price. You're going to be sent to another page. So it's Heart's Desire, INTL.com. Somebody please put it down in the chat. Heart's Desire, INTL.com /ready for love now. And that will take you to the page where you can sign up, and then put in the chat, I'm in, okay? So that we can celebrate with you. All right, so this is really it's everything Michelle and I have dreamt of and not dreamt of, everything that we've done in our lives to create the relationships that we want. Like Michelle said, it wasn't enough for us to have it. We pour it into our clients in our year-long programs. Those of you who have been in our community, some of you said I've been with you since 2014, since 2009. You know we don't do 12-week programs. We don't do this because we know that working with you over time gets us even more amazing results. But with these 6 foundational, the 6 foundational lessons, we really know that you are going to get the results that you want right now, and you don't have to wait. And what that's going to do is, who are you going to be on the other side of the coronavirus when the stay-at-home orders get lifted and the quarantines get lifted, and now you've worked through all this, and some of you will meet the person that you wouldn't have met during this time. And I can say, I can't give guarantees, but we have had women leave our event, and 3 weeks later, leave a training, and 3 weeks later, be in a course, and a few weeks later tell us, I cannot believe this. I met him. He's here. And then they get to keep doing the work while they're in the program. Okay, so I'm gonna get out of here for a second. I just want you to know that this program is what has changed so many women's lives. We literally have hundreds and hundreds of women around the world that have taken this step, and they're so excited that they're now in the relationship of their dreams. Or if they're not in the relationship of their dreams, they are dating, like Anna was saying. It's a completely different night to day from what they were experiencing before they started just learning what to do instead. It's so important. So the fact that you're getting the 6 training skills training calls, 6 group coaching calls, the Facebook group. I know our clients right now are going, what? Actually, if we have any clients, can you please just tell them how crazy they'd be if they say no to this? Because you all know that we don't do these short programs, and you know what the investment for the longer programs are. So go ahead, if you're a client or you've worked with us before, just go ahead and share the love, be loving. And we're so committed to this, and we're so committed to supporting you during this time specifically, that this program is normally done in 4 weeks, and we actually added 8 more weeks of support. Okay, so my point is, what could happen if you just knew exactly what to stop doing and what to start doing instead, so that you could break through the habits and break through the patterns that have been sabotaging you in just 12 weeks, instead of it taking months or years? What could happen if you could stop wasting your time with the wrong men over and over again, getting your heart broken, and you could feel safe and supported by a man who you know loves you, who you know wants to share your life with you, and who wants to be at your side through difficult times like this, and who wants to give you the experience of being loved every day. That's what's available to you. And so those of you who watched the video yesterday or this morning, and those of you who heard Emma, know what I'm about to say is true. There are 2 types of women in the world. There's the woman who's interested in having a great relationship, and the one who is committed. The interested woman, she reads the book, she listens to the podcast, she has conversations with her friends. Everyone in her life knows that she's interested in having a great relationship. And for some reason, she just keeps meeting the wrong man, getting her heart broken. Every time she thinks this is the one, it's not. And that starts to create doubt, and it starts to create heartache. And then there's the committed woman. See, the committed woman, she's reading the same books. She's listening to the same podcast. She's talking to her friends about it. She's telling people she is committed to being in a relationship. And so she gets in a car and she drives 12 hours. Or she says, I'm terrified. I don't know if this can work for me, but I trust you. As she joins the program with the right coaches, the coaches who are in successful, happy, loving relationships and who have helped thousands of women create it. And then you know what she does with all those books? She takes all those books and she hands them to the woman who's still interested. She takes all the podcasts and all the links and she hands them over to her, because now she is in the relationship of her dreams. And now she gets to experience what it's like to love and be loved every single day of her life. Michelle and I, we're the bridge. We're the bridge between the woman who's interested and the woman who's committed. And we want to be that bridge for you. We want to help you cross over with the right steps, the right skills, and the support that's going to be the difference that you've been waiting for, that you've been praying for. So if you're committed, 100% committed to being in the relationship of your dreams, go ahead and go to heartsdesireintl.com/readyforlove now. Go ahead, join the program, all right? And remember that you have the option, you have the paying it in full, it's $1,000. If you paid in 3 parts, it's 3 payments of $400. If that, just trust yourself. There's a girl, I don't know if she's a lady, a woman, if she's on here right now, but she just signed up to the program. There's women who are here right now, by the way. If you're here and you're one of the ladies who already joined the program, go ahead and put in the chat why you said yes to yourself. But I don't know if she's here, and I don't want to say her name because I didn't ask for permission, but she signed up, and then I had written something wrong when I took her information. So I called her back and she's like, you're not going to believe this. And I'm like, I probably will. Because see, when she got on the phone with me, she said, I want to do your program, and I only have $340 in my account. That's all I have. And then I'm waiting for my stimulus check. Can I give you $300 right now so I can be in the program? And then I'll give you the $400 as soon as my stimulus check comes in. I will be honest with you, ladies, I almost started crying. I feel like crying now because the level of commitment and love and trust. She said, I'm scared, but I trust you, Gladys. I've been in your community for years. I've been following you for years. I've always wanted to work with you. And now I know it's my time. I'm ready now. And she goes, Gladys, when I hung up with you, the phone rang and I picked it up. And what I didn't tell you before was that she had $340 in her account. She's waiting for a stimulus check, and she wasn't working because of the quarantine. So she said, I picked up the phone. I got a job offer. I have a job. I'm going to be able to pay for your program and take care of myself. Do you understand, like, the joy that brings? Knowing that her faith got rewarded right there. And I can't guarantee that for you, but I do know that you are going to finally get over this frustration and this heartache and the wondering what's wrong with you and why men don't choose you, why everybody else but not you. I'm telling you, you can't put a freaking price tag on that. So go ahead, go to the link, heartsdesireintl.com/readyforlovenow, and register. And while you're doing that, I'm going to try this again. I want to show you what we cover in the program, because I know. So in the Ready for Love Now program, this is just a teeny tiny piece. You get so much more because on the group coaching calls, whatever comes up, we coach you on. But this is the stuff that we are absolutely going to cover. So first is breaking free from the past, learning how to release and bring acceptance to the past so that you can create a new future of your own design, right? No more past-based relationships, no more bringing the past into future relationships. Mastering your thinking. Learn how to break through the limiting thoughts, the beliefs, and those self-sabotaging patterns that have been blocking you from having the love that you want so you can attract the love you desire and deserve. Mastering your emotions. Remember I talked about that those of you who were at the very beginning of the call? So imagine what it would be like to learn how to recognize, understand, and manage your emotions. Increase your level of self-awareness and build a strong, meaningful relationship with yourself and an amazing man. Transforming limiting decisions. Some of you have made decisions in the past that you've been kind of punishing yourself for or regretting. Learn how to pinpoint those limiting decisions that have been running your life, sabotaging your life, and finally break through them so that you can achieve whatever you want, whoever you want to be, and have what you want, be, do, and have everything your heart desires in life and in love. In session 5, we're going to have a beautiful, beautiful experience of learning how to create a deeply intimate relationship with yourself so that you can then attract a man who is attracted to you and to that. And then in session 6, we're going to be doing a deep dive into dating fundamentals. And that's where you learn how to easily attract the high quality man, avoid the non-dateable man, which we're going to talk about when we get back from the break. You don't want to miss that if you have been attracting men who disappoint you. Remember Michelle said she had to figure out why she was attracting them and why she was attracted to them. So we're going to talk about that. And then how to have a life, a dating life, and a relationship that's exciting, fulfilling, and fun instead of scary, burdensome, and horrible. Okay, so that's, and then remember you also get the Decoding the Opposite Sex Masterclass and a ticket to the Irresistible Woman Live event. Okay, so that's everything that you get. Okay, and you get the group coaching, you get the Facebook group, you get the bonuses. Just go to heartsdesire.intl.com/ready-for-love-now. Make sure you put that ready for love now. And what we're going to do during that time is we're going to take a look at the chat because some of you may be worried or scared or have questions. 5-minute break. And when we come back, we are going to do something we have never, ever done before. We have been in business for 12 years. We have never done this before, and we're doing it for you. So make sure you come back. All right, 5 minutes. It's 3. Look at your clocks because everybody might have a different time. 5 minutes from now, we'll be right back. All right, ready, set, go be.
Awesome. All right, ladies. So welcome back. Hope you were able to get a drink of water or run to the restroom and take a little bit of a break, and we're right back into it. So we've been talking a lot about the different things that you can do around your mindset and your emotional mastery so that you can really attract the love that your heart desires, that extraordinary love now. There are other things that you need to know in order to be able to date successfully so that it leads you into the extraordinary love that you want to be. And you've heard some of the ladies who've talked today talk about that, but I'm just going to reiterate some of the most important things. And we are going to go much deeper into this in the Ready for Love Now program. So the first thing, and this is what we found, and I found this in my own experience, and then we have found this working with other women, that one of the biggest blocks that women have is that they don't know how to date. So what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that either you're not dating at all, and you're doing that because you're stuck in fear, or you're waiting for something to happen. You know, if you don't date, you can't find extraordinary love. But a lot of times the not knowing what to do and not being able to break through that, or having done things in the past that haven't worked out, can create this huge barrier for you in even wanting to get out there. And then you have all the limiting beliefs around online dating that you've heard from other people, or perhaps you even experienced them. I can tell you personally, when I started doing my heart work and I started dating online, I had been married for 12.5 years, and I come out of a 12.5 year marriage, and this thing called online dating had started. So I had to learn how to online date. And I can tell you that at the beginning, before I knew what I'm going to share with you now, it was challenging. It was really challenging to be able to date at all, let alone online date, because I just didn't have the skills. And so one of the biggest things that we teach you, and one of the things that if you don't have the skill can be a real barrier for you, is not knowing how to date, and instead going into many relationships, or going on a date as if you're already in a relationship, or as you heard some of the women say, fast forwarding that into physical intimacy way before you even know anything about this man. I always say, if you don't even know the high school he went to, what are you doing sleeping with him? And if you can't have conversations about what you really prefer as far as waiting to get to know somebody, then really there is no point in even talking about having sex. Because if you don't feel comfortable talking about sex, you shouldn't be having it. So not knowing how to date means that you are not dating more than one person at a time is the first step. And that can be very confronting for women, because in our minds, and really if you look at TV media, in our minds, movies, it's like you meet somebody and then you start seeing them. And then that you see them for a while, and then it turns into a romance, and then it turns into a marriage, and that's how it goes. That's not real life. In real life, you may meet somebody, and there are stories about that. But for a lot of us, what needs to happen is that we need to date different people. If you're not dating at all, learning how to feel comfortable dating different people is going to be a game changer for you. And part of the reason why you may not feel comfortable is because you've created in your head this thing that you're not supposed to do that, or, you know, I feel guilty if I go out with another guy. What if he knows that I'm dating other people? Here's what you want to know. And this is part of what's really cool about what Gladys was talking about, decoding the opposite sex, is I am certified, and so is Arnie, in the neurobiological differences between men and women. And so these are generalities that I'm talking about. But for the most part, if you ask men what dating is, they will tell you it's going out with different women, finding out who they are, if I like them, if I like spending time with them, and then eventually deciding if there's one that I like more than all of them, and then spending time with her, and then being in a relationship, and then we see, you know, the next step is marriage. They know that dating is dating more than one person at the same time. We didn't know that. Some of you didn't know that until today. So being able to break apart those limiting beliefs or those stories that we've told ourselves about, that's not supposed to happen, is one of the first steps. Because when you date more than one person at a time, you are actually setting yourself up to have a lot more options. And this is what I was talking to Anna about in the beginning. And here's what I mean by options. It's not about the quantity of men that you attract. All right. If you have a great online profile, which we're going to teach you how to put together in the program, in the Ready for Love Now program, if you have a great online profile, you're a beautiful woman, which you've seen a lot of beautiful women on here today. You're an attractive woman. You're smart. You're witty. You have a good personality. You're going to be attractive to men. It's not about the amount of men who are interested in you. It's knowing through dating different men how to filter out the ones that aren't a good match for you and spend time with the ones who are a good match for you. Now that's going to come from a lot of the work that we've been talking about, and specifically being clear about what you want, because 9 times out of 10 we'll ask a woman, what is it that you want in a relationship? And what they list for us is everything that they don't want. So you want to be able to be clear about that. And then as you're dating men, you will know whether or not you're having that experience. But if you're dating only one at a time, this is what it looks like. It looks like, I'm going to see how much space I have here, but it looks like, okay, I date this one guy, we go out for a while, a couple months go by, and then all of a sudden, you know, either he decides I'm not for him, or I decide he's not for me, or I want to be in a committed relationship and he doesn't. And then that ends, and I have to go all the way back over here, and start over again. This is why it takes long. It takes long because A, you don't have the skills, and B, you're dating one person at a time. So being able to date more than one person at a time is one of the skills that's going to allow you to be able to attract extraordinary love now. Another skill is to stop pursuing men. Stop calling them, stop texting them, stop sending the, hey, good morning text, and instead learn how to be a woman who knows how to receive, who knows that she is more than enough, and who knows that she's showing up in a way that if she's thinking about him, if he's interested in her, he's going to think about her. And this is really important, because one of the things that you may not know that you're doing that could be turning men off is being the aggressive one. The only men who want aggressive women are men who are lazy in dating, so then they don't have to do anything, or like to be told what to do. And in our experience working with the kind of women that we attract, like you, when a man is too passive, we find that very unattractive. We start to say, oh, he's like not man enough. Well, there can't be two men in the relationship unless you're in a gay man relationship, which is not what we're talking about. on this masterclass. So being able to not pursue and to let go, and I'm going to just come on and say it, of the desperation, because that is what it gets interpreted by as men. They see you pursuing them as unattractive if they are a man who's a high quality man who wants to be with a woman who thinks highly of herself. So what if you started dating men who were so interested in you that there was no doubt about that? Because here's the thing, when a man really, really is interested in you, you won't have to wonder. Why? Because he's going to keep showing up, because he wants to make sure the other guy doesn't get your attention. And so we teach our clients on how to be that kind of woman who shows up in a way that not only captures a man's attention because she's beautiful, but her essence captures him. And in her essence capturing him, by not pursuing, by being in her feminine energy, by not living in her fears and her doubts and the stories in her head, by being able to manage her emotion, communicate in a way that inspires a man versus tells a man what to do. All of those things allows him to set up the date, knows how to express what she wants and feels. These are all things that we'll cover in the program. Then he is going to be the one doing the pursuing. I remember there's one client that we had, she's one of our success stories from the very beginning. She's been married now, I believe, for probably 10, 12 years now. And when she first started, she was between these two guys, and she was chasing after one who wasn't paying attention to her and going out with another one and spending time with him. And she was like, oh, but I don't know. And she kept focusing her energy. I don't know why this guy doesn't call me. I don't know why he's not texting me. I don't know why he doesn't ask me out for the weekend. And this guy is, and he even bought me a kayak, and because he knows I like to kayak, and he said, if I can go rowing with you. He was asking her out. She's like, he's asking me out so much. If this other guy asked me out, I wouldn't be available. And I told her, okay, and this is why you need a coach. I said, why are you focusing on the one that's not showing up and missing out on the one who is? In the relationship, this extraordinary love relationship that you want, are you left wondering, I wonder if he's thinking about me? No. What is there? No, he's clear that he loves me. Okay. Are you wondering if he's going to ask you out, or wondering if you're important in his life? No. No, I would be a priority in his life. Okay, so then choose. And so she started focusing more of her time spending with Howard. And now she and Howard have been married for, like I said, over 12 years. And she always thanks me for that, because she was doing the thing she was always used to doing, which was chasing after the one that was hard. Because in her mind, and maybe in your mind, dating is hard, love is hard could be a belief that you have that you either recognize or don't. So stop pursuing guys. It's a high step not to do. And then, like I said, those things that turn men off. So one of the things that turn men off, high quality guys, is doing the pursuing. All right. And the other thing that turns a guy off is a woman who complains, who criticizes, and who corrects. So now you may be thinking, I'm just saying, I'm just using my voice. I'm just going to say, I'm saying my truth. And I'll tell you that more relationships have not been created or have ended because somebody thinks that they're communicating by sharing their truth, and what they're doing is destroying the possibility of intimacy, destroying the possibility of connectedness, love, trust, and partnership. So having the skills to be able to speak in a way where you can say what you need to say, express it, and say what you don't want. Because we tell our clients, you want to step back so that the man can step up. That doesn't mean step down. It means take a step back. You're blocking it with all this male energy. And then you're speaking from the male energy of control and demanding and all the things that we're used to doing at work, where male energy is really, really powerful and productive for us. We're taking those same skills and we're bringing them into a dating experience or a relationship and destroying it. So there's a difference between speaking your truth from fear and speaking your truth from love. And when you know who you are and you've gotten enough of these barriers, love barriers, out of the way, you will get super clear on how to communicate from love and inspiration rather than domination. So that criticizing, the correcting, the complaining, you know, everybody probably knows, and you may be the one in your life, the energy, you know, the energy vampire, the person who's never happy, the person who's never satisfied, the person who nothing works out for. Some of us sound like that when we're talking to our girlfriends about dating. It's no wonder we don't want to get out there and date. So learning how to shift that behavior, focusing on the negative and what you don't have, and focusing instead on how you can say it, express it differently, how you can show up differently, because that is the biggest thing. When women have asked Rick, Gladys's husband, and Arnie, my husband, what it was that had them, and if we were to ask Connor for Jen, or Ryan for Emma, or Nelson for Ingrid, who you're going to meet in just a moment, they will tell you that the thing that captured them was her way of being, how she showed up. My husband says that all the time when women ask, what was it? He's like, it was who she was being. I couldn't resist who she was being. Even though he was confused and he had to do his own heart work and get himself sorted out around his commitment issues and fears and all that, he couldn't resist it because of who I was being. I didn't try and change him. I didn't tell him he should be a different way. I just told him, I love you, I love myself more. And I went and I kept looking, and not looking even, I went and I kept going for and putting myself and making myself available for the relationship of my dreams. And now I have it. So that's another skill, stopping the behaviors that turn men off. Drama turns a high quality man off. I was saying that before. Drama kings like drama. High quality men don't like drama. So that ability to be able to cut that out, that kind of behavior, is another skill. I'm going to bring somebody on. Her name is Ingrid. So Ingrid, I hope you're ready.
And ladies, right after Ingrid, we're going to do something fun. So get your little fingers ready. Get your little fingers ready.
Yes, we have something that you get to participate in, and that's going to be a huge surprise for you. See you. Okay. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Just listening. I love listening to you guys.
All right. So I wanted to ask you, and we're going to go ahead and kind of put this into what we were just talking about, dating fundamentals, because I know that for you, you had a journey, right, that you were on when you were single, and specifically around the time that you and I met, there was something going on, and not that you and I met, that you and I spoke about like what was really going on. There was something that you were doing in your dating life that just wasn't working. So can you give us a little bit of a background on where you were before you started working with us?
Well, I had been divorced. I don't know exactly at what time, but I had gotten divorced after 10 years of marriage and 2 kids. And then I was dating, and it's just a little bit of everything you were talking about. Meeting men that weren't available, me not feeling like I would ever find somebody that would be available, me being the one to call, all of the things that you just spoke about. I pretty much did a little bit of all of that.
So all
for about 15 years, yeah.
Yeah, for 15 years. And so I would imagine that at that time, right before you started working with us, there was a lot of frustration there for you around that, right? Because you're a great mom, you're an amazing teacher, you've got some new, which we'll talk about in a minute, some new things going on in your life that are so powerful. And yet in this area, you weren't getting that traction.
No.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how high was your level of frustration?
Oh, a lot, like 9, 10. Yeah.
All right. So what I remember, there was one day you were at the Irresistible Woman Live event, and there was something that you heard that made the difference for you. Can you share about that?
Yes, it was actually Gladys, and she had said that I'm not exactly the words. I'm not sure what she said exactly, but this is what I heard. She said, you deserve to have a relationship where you feel loved exactly how you are. And it just, what happened at that moment, and I can still remember, was I felt like, oh my God, I believe her. Like it hit me like she was telling me something that I'm like, I do deserve that. But on the other side of that was, if it just hit me at that moment, then what was I believing before? So that was the turning point for me, because I thought I had really believed it, but when she said it that one time, it really hit in a different way. So I asked myself, what have I believed up to now that I've been trying to do this? And then you all started with changing your mindset and disempowering beliefs. And I'm like, I know all my disempowering beliefs, but that was just it. When you think you know all your disempowering beliefs, then you're not going to break through any other ones. So, and that was a turning point for me. And I remember you all coaching a lady that had nothing to do with like, it wasn't exactly what I was going through. However, the way you dismantled her disempowering belief and made her see it, I'm like, okay, there's stuff here that I don't see. There has to be stuff here that I don't see, because if this one particular comment completely turned me around, I was like, I need you guys. I need you guys to help me through this, because there's something I don't know. It didn't make sense. I'm a really nice woman. I'm a great mom, like you said. I have my career in place. So why wasn't it happening for me? So that was a turning point for me.
Yeah, that's so powerful, because this is what we were talking about, ladies, before that. You might think you know, but what happens when you're in a program and you're with coaches that can hear beyond what you're saying, and really what you get access to right away is all the stuff that you don't know, that if you knew it or you could access it and do something with it, it would make a huge difference for you. And that's what I'm hearing happen for you. And then I remember that a couple of days later, we were sitting around a party that we were both at, and you were telling me about this guy that you were dating, and you were telling me about how you were starting to see that maybe it wasn't right for you. And I remember asking you, tell me why you say that. And I wrote it down on a napkin, right? Very high level coaching. I wrote it on a napkin. And then I asked you, what was the question I asked you when I turned the napkin around?
What do you want? What do you want? Because, and of course, after that shift with what Gladys said, there's a belief now that I do deserve all this. And when you look at the person I was with, it wasn't really what I deserved, what I felt. A great person, but not what I deserved. And then when you turn the napkin over, you said, okay, what do you really want? But then the belief was right there next to what I was telling you I wanted.
Yeah, that's so great. And I remember that you took that napkin and you went on your dating profile. Same pictures. Did you change any of your pictures?
No.
Same pictures. And what she did, ladies, is she started putting in her profile the things that she wanted, being very clear about that, not from a place of fear, not from a place of, and if you don't like it, then don't even answer my profile. Not any of those things that I've seen out there, but from a place of, this is what I truly desire. And what happened right after that?
Yeah, it was from a place of belief. Like I really believed somebody out there was going to pick up on it. Well, right after that, I met Nelson. I met Nelson immediately after that. It was incredible how fast that happened. Incredible.
Yes.
Incredible.
It was like weeks, right? Weeks after?
Yes. It was a month, and I think it was a month and a week after I had done the weekend with you guys.
Yeah, and I have to say, I have seen your evolution, and I have seen that you have become this woman who's so certain about herself. Doesn't mean you ever don't doubt things, but there's a certainty there about you. That breakthrough you had started really getting you to see that if I believe this and that can happen, then I believe this and that can happen. And all of a sudden, and you have your relationship with, hold on a second. Your relationship with Nelson is one of the most, I don't know where I'm getting an echo. Give me a second. One of the most inspiring. It's in stereo for you to get how inspiring it is.
I hear you. I hear you clearly.
Yeah. So I love seeing you together. I told you the other day, I can see he's so in love with you. So if you have one thing that you can tell the ladies, what would you tell them? One piece of advice, one thing that really made a difference for you that you want to share with them about if they're considering, should I be in this program? You know, I'm not really sure.
Well, the advice is exactly, if I could just get them to hear what I heard when.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help it every time I think about it. When Gladys said that every one of us deserves to have a man that loves us, and that they're out there. He is out there for you, and you deserve that. And if there's any doubt inside of you, or like you said earlier, oh yeah, I'm happy for her. Like I felt that a lot. I'm happy for her. Good for her. What about me? Right?
Yeah.
If that's there, it's something that you yourself can break through. And it's okay if you need help. It's okay if you go to these twins and ask them, okay, what is it that I'm blocking myself from? What is it? Because they see things that I couldn't see. They saw things that I couldn't see. I couldn't see it. So my advice is believe it. Believe it the same way I believed it. And it's okay to ask somebody to help you through this, because you deserve it. You deserve it. This is a gift that you can give yourself. And I remember registering with you girls because I said, I deserve this already. I just deserve this, no matter, you know, if it takes me a year, or if it takes me 6 months, or if it takes me a month, which is what happened. You know, I deserve it. And that's a little money that I'm investing in me, and a little time that I'm investing in me to get what I deserve. So it was well worth it for me.
That's so beautiful, so powerful. Thank you so much, Ingrid, for being here. I'm so excited for you and for Nelson. I just, my heart just fills up with so much love when I see you together. And I'm so glad that you said yes to you, and you now get to experience this amazing relationship. Thank you so much. All right, ladies. So now you've heard from several women, and Gladys, if you want to go ahead and start popping in here, that would be awesome. You've heard from the amazing women who have actually experienced that with us, you know, and Vivi, can you, we have a frozen screen here. All right. Yeah, give me a second. I'm not sure what's showing because I had to turn off my phone. But one of the things, and I'm going to turn it over to Gladys, that we haven't touched on, and I wasn't able to go into it too much with Ingrid, but you know, Ingrid is writing children's books now. One of the things that's come out of this is she's writing children's books. She's got this amazing, Ingrid, if you can pop it into the chat at some point, that'd be great if you could do that. But that she's written a book. We have people who are creating new careers, experiencing breakthroughs in money. Just yesterday, one of our clients wrote to us and told us that, you know, she got the raise that she's been wanting and waiting for a year, because she's getting the confidence that she needs in herself and trusting herself in the decisions that she makes. So that is what makes the difference. People experience breakthroughs in their health. And so all of this is not just love. You heard it with, with Jennifer. Breakthroughs in relationships with people in your life, parents, children, all of this is possible. So I'm gonna hand it over to Gladys because she's gonna do something really fun with you in just a moment.
All right, ladies. So let me bring you up here to my eye level. All right. So we're about to do something super fun. We've never done this before. Let's see how it goes. All right. And what you're going to need is to be 100% present. So everybody just shake off. Go like this. Nice big breath. Stretch your fingers because you're going to have to be typing really fast. All right. So here's what I know. I know, first of all, welcome to all the women who stepped in during the break. Welcome to the family. We're so excited. I promise we'll reach out to you personally in the next few days. Actually, I want to reach out to each of you personally. So I hope I have your phone number because I will be texting you and just want to welcome you. And those of you, some of you are still like this, right? Some of you are like, I'm not sure. I don't know them. You know, I've heard 3-4 people, somebody wrote, oh, are you going to give us tips? I hope you stayed on. I hope you stayed on because we just gave you the dating fundamentals. And obviously in our program, we don't just tell you, here's what you have to do. That's where a lot of programs fall flat. We show you exactly how to do it step by step. So those dating fundamentals are important, but without the breaking through the love barriers without the 3 pieces. It's mindset, heart set, and skill set. Without those 3 pieces, that's why you've been stuck. You've been wanting to hear, what do I have to do? What do I have to do? What do I have to do? And we're going to give you that. But you also have to know, you heard it in Ingrid's, you got to get that you're lovable. And then you don't have to, you get to learn. You get to discover who you get to be to attract that kind of man. So really super quick, get your fingers ready. Just a quick reminder. You're going to get the 6 dating and relate. You're going to get more. Stay on, stay ready. I can't wait. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to say it. You're going to get your 6 dating and relationship training skills calls. You get the 6 coaching calls. That means it's a total of 12 coaching sessions with us. You get the Facebook group, and you're going to get your next step call, which is your own private call with us or someone on our team. So that you get, plus you're going to get the Decoding the Opposite Sex Masterclass. If you have ever had a conversation that did not go the way you wanted, that you're like, how did we start here? We ended up in a fight or broken up. You really want to be on this call, because it's going to show you the differences in the brain between the male and the female brain, how to speak, listen, and understand each other. So you don't feel like you're having 2 different conversations anymore. And then you're going to get the free ticket to the Irresistible Woman Live. And then you're going to get something that I don't even know what it is. Because one thing that you'll learn about me and Michelle is that we love surprises. We love to surprise people. We love to give surprises. We love to be surprised. And what we love even more than being surprised is to surprise our clients and the people we love. So we want to surprise you with something today. And we don't even know what that's going to be. So we're going to ask you a question and really listen to it. In addition to everything that I just said that you get, the training calls, the group coaching calls, the Facebook group, the next step call, the Decoding the Opposite Sex Masterclass, and the ticket to the Irresistible Woman Live. In addition to all of that, if you could have anything, absolutely anything from us in the entire world with this program, what would that be? If we could offer you anything, we want you to put it in the chat. I need to open my chat. What would you want as a bonus gift? As a gift, in addition to everything that you're going to get in this program. And of course, we need to, I already got, goodness gracious, I already get people I can't see and write at the same time. So Michelle's going to read, read them to me. We already have a bunch. All right. So be specific. Okay, be specific. $1 million. I'm not gonna write that one, Erin. If I could give it to you, I would. But here's the thing: what have you learned how to break through the conversation, the money conversation in this program, and you could create $1 million. That's the game I'm playing. So, all right. So, Michelle, are you there? Can you?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And
can you see this? You can see this paper, right?
I am. Hold on a second, because I don't know why they keep changing.
All right, so I
I
see,
can't see them.
what did I see? E-dating profile, like a e-profile workshop. What else? What else do I see? Hold on, you guys are typing so fast. A month of one-to-one coaching. All right. Anybody?
Personal calls would be the best.
Personal calls. I guess that's probably personal coaching, but I'll put that there. Okay, what else?
Hand holding.
I don't know what that means, but I'll write it.
Group VIP.
What?
Group VIP.
Group VIP day. Okay. What else?
Calls and one-on-one coaching calls, which you're already getting
that.
in the program.
I got that.
I know I'm right saying it because it came up again.
Okay, yeah. Oh, well, okay, I'll put, please hold.
Once the e-dating profile is out, how to go from texting to actual phone call, which is also part of the program, but
That's in the program. So those of you who are saying a personal call, you get that in the program. Those of you who are saying what did you say, Michelle, right now?
One-on-one.
Well, how to move from texting to dating, that's already in the program. So additional.
Let's see.
Some people aren't dreaming big enough.
Yeah, you guys.
My coach asked me This question, I went crazy. What?
Let's see, dating practice demos, unlocking money, abundance, and success, which people already get in the programs, but we'll write that down. What else? Come on, ladies, dream big.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Very rarely in life do you get,
What?
if you could have anything you want, what would it be? And short of $1 million, we're saying, if you have anything with us, what do you want?
Yeah, this is
What?
crazy.
Like, for me, if it was my coach, I'd be like, I want a day where I could just like get, hang out with you and, be behind the scenes with you. I mean, it could be anything like that.
What to look for in a man is already in the program. So if you're in the program, you've got that. We don't have a group of single men available, but we will show you how to attract the right men for you. Ladies, you don't need 25, 35, 75 men. You need the one who's perfect for you.
Okay, another VIP day came up, mingle events with amazing single guys, live coaching during a date.
You've done that.
Oh, post-relationship meeting, which, Grisel, if you could tell us a little bit more about what you mean by that. Yeah, hanging out behind the scenes.
I'm missing some of these. I didn't hear anything after mingle, and it was a good one. What was that?
Post-relationship meeting.
Before that, there was something. Oh, I see a data now.
No, I said VIP day again. Is all I said for that.
Okay.
A retreat.
Okay. Now we're getting there, ladies. Now we're getting there.
Let's see. More flexibility of group session timings, conferences for overseas people. Lunch. So hanging out with us again, face-to-face coaching.
Oh, I know which one it was. Go on my date with me.
Somebody saying an additional discount. Come on my date with me.
1 more minute.
Come on my date with me. Came up 3 times already. FaceTime meeting with you and the man you're currently dating. Oh, okay. Availability 24/7 for texting. So that would be private client access.
Okay. 30 seconds. Type fast. And it's interesting, Robin, because some of the ladies who jumped in before today actually got that as a bonus. I don't know if they're still on. That was a pretty powerful bonus.
Yep.
What else?
Let me see. One more came in. Hold on. Certification to become a coach with you. Free coaching for soon-to-be mates. So that could be something, Gladys, like it could be a couple session when
Okay.
you're in a relationship.
Okay.
All right.
Speak now or forever hold your peace. I see something about COVID, but I don't know. It just says COVID.
Let me see. Workshop.
Oh, I see. Affordable discounts. So we already discounted the program $3,000, but I hear you. I have additional there.
Oh, okay. Workshop masterclass on becoming the woman of your dreams, please. There's a please there. Couple session.
Well, actually, that's in the program.
Yep.
In session 5.
All right. So we have another one for couple session. All right. So we're good. Time's up.
I have to write this because I was going to put WOD and then I'm going to be like, what is that?
Yeah.
That makes sense. And you said somebody just said what again? Oh, the couple session, right? Okay.
Yep.
We got that how many times? Like 2 or 3 times?
3 times that came up.
Okay. All right. So here's what. All right, ladies. There's a difference between coaches who say they're interested and coaches who say they're committed. We're the committed coaches. So these are your ideas. These are your ideas. This is what you're saying that you would want in addition to the program. Now, I don't know who said these things, and I don't know if you're already in the program. I hope those of you who already said yes are still on because you're getting whatever we choose here. All right? So looking at what we can, given the fact that people normally want the coaching with us and we do have private clients, knowing what we can deliver, because we always tell you what we're going to deliver and we over deliver. I am going to, and Michelle, I don't know if you have a, I know you said to trust myself, so just if you have one, but I know
I have one.
Yeah.
That I would say would be really cool. Group VIP day.
Oh my gosh, I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
because we have, when we do these, the breakthroughs that happen on these, life-changing. So I was gonna choose that. The group VIP day is we get together in a small group. We have done them virtually and we have done them in person. They're powerful either way. And we let you know before the group VIP day, we send you a form, like a survey. And we design the VIP day specifically for you. Anything that you want, we take what you give us, we look at the surveys, and you get exactly what you want. And it is intimate, and it is powerful, and you will get it. So those of you who were still kind of wavering, go to heartsdesireintl.com/readyforlovenow. If you are having trouble with the site, see, this is the difference between interested and committed. If you're having trouble with the site, put it in the chat. Either Emma or Clarissa will reach out to you and we will get your information and you will get in. This, by the way, Vivi, please put the clock at 15 minutes. Anybody who joined before right now and anybody who joins in the next 15 minutes, I'm actually gonna put my timer as well. Let me see, timer 15 minutes. You're getting extra seconds because Gladys can't see. All right. Anybody who joins in now, you're getting this. So the group VIP day. The other one, Michelle, that I think is really cool would be the couple session. Once they're in a relationship, having a session with both of them to get you, imagine getting on the same page right at the beginning. We could teach you how to create your agreements. That would be I think that would be a powerful thing.
Okay, I agree.
And then we're gonna keep these because, I don't know, we might want to throw something else in, I don't know. Right? So those of you who were undecided, if you're scared, if you're unsure, you just got this group VIP day, by the way, we sell it for $7,500. It's a $7,500 gift. So those of you who are saying, how much is it gonna cost me? Nothing. It's gonna cost you the price of one program that's already been splashed $3,000. And a free couple session, a one-on-one, like one-on-two, actually, oh my God, that sounds terrible. Couple session, this would probably be a good $1,000 hour with us, $1,000. So $7,500 plus that's another $8,500. I don't know what else we can do if you're still scared. Look, all the women who talked to you and myself when I went on my first day with Rick, we were terrified and we took the committed action, an action aligned with the commitment. So take the commitment. If you have a fear, if you have a concern, put it right now in the chat. Do not leave this call upset or scared or worried or without your question having been answered. Don't do it. Because you got me, Michelle, Emma, Clarissa, Vivi. Who else is on the team? I think that's our team for today. Here. Don't do that. That's what you do whenever you feel like you can't get what you want. Notice your thoughts. Notice your thoughts. Do not let those, why do you think that that's session 2? Breaking through the limiting thoughts. Why do you think we do that right at the beginning of the program? Because this isn't just stopping you in making this decision. It gets in your way whenever you're faced with a decision that you're not 100% sure about. And here's the thing, I wish I could tell you you're gonna be 100% sure about everything in your life and I'd be lying. Okay, so who is? I wanna sign up, but I owe $13,000 from vet bills. Robin, are you committed to joining? Are you committed to joining if we could figure something out for you? This is me being your, Michelle was talking about the unshakable stand. Will you find something today? If so, put yes right now. Is the deal only good for today? Right now, this is only good for the next 15 minutes. This program is actually going to be sold at $1,500. So it's going to go up $300 more. And then, so the payments will be 3 payments of $500, okay, or $1,200 if you pay in full. So the price is going to go up. All right. If you've booked a coaching session, if you've let us know that you want a coaching session, we'll see what happens on the coaching session. But we are women of our word, and we're not trying to put pressure. Here's the thing. How many more months, years, decades have to go by? You have an opportunity now that we've never offered. We have never offered a 12-week program in 12 years. Because of what's happening in the world today, we saw an opportunity to be generous, to do something that we were never gonna do before. We usually only do this program in 4 weeks, sometimes 8 weeks, right before our year-long program starts. And we decided we're gonna do it now for you, all right? So I'm sorry I have to go down and not be looking at you, but there's no way I can read this. Let me see if I pull this up. So let me see, Michelle, while these 15, how much time do we have left?
Vivi, how much time?
10 minutes. I think it comes out backwards on the screen, but it's 10 minutes and 45 seconds left. So let's talk to people. Kay, are you the Kay? Yes, you are the Kay that I spoke to. And I know that see, that's commitment. Those of you who can see the chat, Kay has a brain injury, has been dealing with a brain injury for several years now. And when I was on the phone with her, she could have had 20 different excuses. The first one being, I have a brain injury. That didn't even come up. I had a concern, and she said, no, I know how to manage myself. I can handle myself. My issue is the money. And I said, I said, okay, so what could you do? And she's like, let me talk to my mom. So she's talking to her family. How many of you have someone you could call now? And before you say no one, just what could you do to get just the first payment? Just the first payment, so that you could say, you know what, I'm in, and I will figure out the rest. Work with us, we'll figure it out. But this is the reason Michelle and I have the life, and not just our relationships, the success that we have in our careers, which we had before we had this business, and we have it now, thank God, is because every time we've been afraid, but we knew that was what was on the other side of it. Our fear was everything we wanted. We figured out a way to do it. When I hired my coach for the first time, it was a heck of a lot more than 3 payments of $400. I will tell you, it was a year-long program, and it was a whole bunch more. And I had just been laid off. So I was in this place that some of you are in right now. And I knew she was my coach. I just knew it. I just felt something. There was something about her that I knew she could help me. I knew I couldn't figure this out alone. And I had no money coming in. I had just been laid off from a very good, high-paying job. And I said yes. And as soon as I said yes, I freaked out. And after I freaked out, I said, what can I do? And right there, I sold 2 things. And I had 2 months paid. I found something to sell. And I've been with her. You know how long I've been with my coach now? I'm going on my 7th year. And I almost said no to her. So I know where you're at. Just know that, okay? I know where you're at. All right, 9 minutes. Okay. So who else? Any questions? I've done so many other programs, and I'm concerned about lack of results. So Erin, with permission to coach you, okay, I'm gonna step into the role of being your coach. The lack of results, was it because the programs didn't work, or because you didn't think they might work? Like, you're already thinking this might not work for you? Because usually there's two main fears people have: that the program won't work, or that it won't work for you. If you are 100% committed to doing everything that we teach you, if you're 100% committed to reach out to us when you're afraid, or you see that you're falling into habits of not completing the work or not being on the calls, if you're 100% committed to doing that, join the program. We will not let you slide out of existence. Our clients will tell you, we don't let them hide. We don't chase you, because we hold you high. But if you're 100% committed to making this the last program you ever have to say that about, go ahead and join now. I promise you're not going to disappear, but we are going to hold you high. We're going to hold you high because we know you can do this. Because if Ingrid could, and Anna could, and Jen could, why not Erin? Why not? There's no reason, sweetheart. We've got you, okay? We've got you. I promise you, we've got you. You are safe. All right, what else do I see here? How many people do you accept in the group? Michelle, that's not my Michelle. Michelle, right now, we're opening it up. If it got too big, what we've done in the past is we've broken up into smaller groups, okay? So there's usually a fear behind that. So if you can expand on what's the fear, I think I know what it is, but go ahead and put it. Let's get some coaching going. Michelle, we might have to wrap up the call, but Michelle and I will stay. We'll stay on to answer a few more questions, just to honor your time. But remember, it's Heart's Desire, intl.com/ready-for-love-now, and there are 6 minutes left. So for sure we'll stay. I mean, we're going to stay on after that, but just be noticing your clocks. Call somebody. You know, those of you who use PayPal, there's the PayPal credit. This is not something that's going to, I mean, I'm not being like that. This is not a lot of money. I know for some of you it's a lot of money, but it's something to get you in now. And we might not ever do this again. And you're not going to get the group VIP day, and you're not going to get the free couple session. Okay. And this couple session, it can be, reach out to us whenever you need it. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and everybody may not know what a group VIP session is. So just to clarify that, it would be a session where a small group of people, whoever signs up within the next 15 minutes, or a large group of people, are able to get a session with us where we are just focusing on one or two, and we'll survey to see what those one or two things would be. And we are going to do complete and total, and actually we'll probably only allow 10 people at a time in each group, so that we can give you the kind of one-on-one coaching that you want and need. But what we do is we deep dive into one topic, and for 2 hours, actually 4 hours, we go through it and we break it down. You get one-on-one coaching, live hot seat coaching like you saw Anna get, and then you also have activities that you do while you're on the session, and then you also get support after the session so that you can request additional coaching after that. So usually that's, you know, Gladys said that's 7, what did you say, Gladys? I forgot, because we have different sizes, but the small group VIP day could be anywhere between $5,000 and $7,000 depending on the size.
Yeah, 7,500 is what we've have right now, because we change our prices every year. So this year a group VIP day with us would be 7,500. A private VIP day with us would be 10,000. So just to give you an idea.
That's a great value, and it's an opportunity, right? Because like we were saying before, this is the time. So this is not the time to be waiting, and it's not the time to be wondering, and it's not the time to be coming up. And notice whatever reasons come up could be the same reasons that come up for you when other opportunities come up. So this is a great opportunity, and congratulations to all of you who have already signed up for the course, for taking that step in. It could be a great opportunity for many of you to have that first breakthrough and saying, you know what, the way it's gone is not the way it's going to be anymore. It's just not going to be that way for me anymore. I'm saying yes to me so that I can have the skills that I need, the coaching that I need, the support community that I need, so that I can keep expanding, not just in my life, but really in particular in my love life, and just create that extraordinary love you've always wanted. You saw Ingrid's, it took her a month and a half to attract Nelson. It took Emma 6 months. We have Candy, who wasn't on this call today. She attracted her husband 3 months. Denise attracted her husband 3 months. The work works. You just got to have access to the work. And this is your access to the work.
Beautiful. Susan! Just signed up. Michelle, oh my gosh, I'm getting like, no, this is interesting. Susan, your question for the singles, can we have something other? Somebody has that, this has been asked twice. You're not hearing us. This is for you and your guy when you meet him.
Right.
This session is not for people in relationships right now. It's for you and the guy that you're going to attract into your life. At the beginning of your relationship, you will have a $1,000 session with us, right? A 1 hour call to help you create things like the agreements. What do we agree? What do we commit to when we're having a conversation? We have this whole thing that we teach, and I don't know, Michelle and Arnie might get into it in the Decoding the Opposite Sex class, which is, again, one of your bonuses, because these are all gifts. This is on top of the program. These things are not usually in the program. The program is this, it's usually 4 calls period. But now it's 12 calls that include 6 training sessions, 6 coaching sessions, the Facebook group, and a next step call, which is a one-on-one coaching call for those of you who wanted that. So it's already in the program. That's why we didn't choose it. Okay. And because we wanted to give you something that's not already in the program. So this session is for you and your new boyfriend to really talk about when we're having a conversation, or when we have our check-in calls, which we teach our couples, not our couples, our girlfriends and wives on how to have check-in conversations. How do we create agreements for how that call is going to go? What do we do when one of us breaks a promise? How do we honor our relationship and our commitment? Starting your relationship off with that, instead of like me, 7 years into the relationship having to learn how to do that, it should be worth like $10,000.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify that, because people kept saying, that's a great question, that's a great question. This is not for people right now who are in relationships. This is for the single ladies. When you get into your relationship, you have a session with us and your guy. Okay? Hope that clarifies. Anything else?
Let's see. We have Jessica saying that
Oh
neither.
my gosh, hold on, Michelle, I need to look at the time. 35 seconds. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that Jessica's saying that neither of the websites are working for her.
What website?
Jessica,
What
go ahead and
website?
pop your phone number in so that someone from the team can call you and support you with that. Go ahead and just pop your phone number in, and
If you don't want to put it to everybody, send it to the panelists. But Jessica, are you talking about signing up? Because just let us know if it's about signing up, so that we can honor there's 6 seconds, so that we can honor your bonus. Okay, she Emma or Clarissa, she just put it in there. Yep. Okay. All right, so that's that. All right, Michelle. All right, so well, go ahead, Michelle, you take it away.
here's what I want to say to you before we wrap up. It's been so much fun being with you this afternoon. Thank you for participating and showing up the way that you showed up, just really fully in there. And there's an opportunity right now for you to, and if you know it in your gut and you feel it in your gut, there's an opportunity for you to step in. You see the way that we work. You've gotten a taste of that today. You see the results that we're able to produce. So if you know that you want to do it, then go ahead and step in. If you're trying to still figure out how you're going to do it, make sure that you sign up for your coaching call. And if somebody can please pop in the coaching link, please make sure you put coaching link so that they can sign up, and then also the link to sign up for the program. Congratulations to all of you who already stepped in. I am so excited, and I cannot wait. Cannot wait to get started with you in just a few weeks. You're going to have so many layers of support. You're going to have so many layers of support, and the amount of breakthroughs that you're going to have, just thinking about the ones that you already feel you can have and the ones that you don't even know you're going to have in the program. We're just going to help you, support you, hold your hand through it. You're not in this alone. And, somebody was asking, or somebody mentioned, I've had, I haven't gotten results in other programs. Here's what I'll say to that. The only way, you would have to give up on yourself completely in order for you not to get the results there are for you to get in this program. That's how powerful the program's going to be, and how powerful the coaching that you're going to receive is going to be. You'd have to give up on yourself to not get it. So don't give up on yourself now. Sign up. We're not going to let you give up on yourself in the program. If you do the work, if you do your heart work, the heart work works every time. You're part of a community. Nobody does it alone. We all need somebody to get us through it. And you have 2 coaches who can speak life into your life and love vision right now. And the Ready for Love program is here to amplify your love life and the rest of your life too. So we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you so much for being here. Gladys is saying, hold on.
Okay, so some people are having trouble because they don't want to pay through PayPal. Usually when you click on the button and it takes you to PayPal, if you scroll down a little bit, it tells you enter your debit card or your credit card. So you don't have to go through your PayPal account.
Good point.
That's one way. If you cannot, okay, if right now you can't do that, something is stopping you, I'm going to, Michelle, with your permission, for the next minute, I'm gonna allow anybody who calls the number to do it, because I'm just seeing now, since we were present with the bonuses and stuff, I didn't see it. Anybody who calls, write down this number, 954, somebody please type it in, 954-761-5683. That's 954-761-LOVE. Okay, when you call that,
Can you say love, the letters, the numbers for love again?
5683, it's up there. Somebody just put it in. Thanks, Vivi. All right, so when you call that number, say, I was trying to, and I'm not going to extend this like till 5 o'clock tonight, because I just said it was a minute. So say, I was trying to get in so that I could get the bonuses and I couldn't. I need somebody to take my information over the phone, and we will do that for you. Okay, so I think Clarissa, hold on a second. Clarissa and Emma, you all are on the sideline. That's a sideline. We call it our sideline number. Vivi, you're not. So Clarissa and Emma, any calls that come through on sideline, please pick them up and write down the names. Zen, I was trying to write down the names of the people who were saying that they were having trouble.
Well, we'll have access to that.
Yeah, so anybody who's having trouble, put now, I think Daphne, okay, we've got you, call that number now. You're in, and you get the bonuses, okay? Because you were just having technical difficulties, and goodness gracious, have we not been dealing with that today?
Yeah, I mean, it has been such a good training.
It's good training. It's great to be able to practice what we teach. It really is. And we know some of you have been on for a long time. We're committed to honoring your time. And due to the technical difficulties, it was a choice that we made during the last break, if we were going to cut out content to stay on time or give you what we promised you when you signed up. So I know some people were like, are we going to get tips? Are we going to get this? Are we going to get that? We gave you everything we promised, okay? And more. So, all right. So thank you all. Thank you all. We're going to stay on. If you need to hop off, hop off. If you need to call us now. Okay, call us now. Clarissa, Emma may already be on the phone because people were signing up to coach with her. And so I don't know what the team is saying. Emma may already be on call. So if you could manage the sideline number, 954. Let me make sure I'm saying the right number. You got, yeah, 954-761-5683. I feel like such an infomercial right now. 954-761-5683.
All right, jump over to the Q&A and answer some questions there. For those of you who want to stay on, and for those of you who aren't able to stay on, until our hearts meet again, always remember that you are loved.
Susan, how will we know the bonus will be honored? Because we gave you our word. All right, we'll make sure we write it down. That's something, I mean, that's a trust issue. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you signed. I think you're the Susan who signed up. I'm so glad you signed up because, and I get it, not everybody honors their words, but imagine being able to break through the fear of not being able to trust someone, you know, when they say it, and to be able to detect if a man is the kind of person who's not trustworthy. That's such a big, for me, I just think it's the number one thing. Because remember, if you had your heart broken like Michelle, then imagine that, Michelle, the amount of trust that you had to have to believe that a man was going to be faithful, that a man was going to love you and honor you. You know, it took a huge leap of faith to open your heart.
Really
I remember, I was there.
Yeah, I really did. And, you know, I didn't get into these details for those of you who are still on, but in the, one of the reasons that my marriage didn't work out was because of infidelity. There was infidelity there at the end, and that was, like, for me, the final straw. And at the time, the final straw showed up like, oh, I finally have the courage to leave, because my confidence was so low that I needed something like that to be able to leave.
Some of the questions that came up, and there's a lot, I forgot, there's 35 open questions, so probably won't get to all of them. And I think my calendar may be getting booked as well. Hold on just a second. I'm so excited. I keep seeing all these people who are coming in.
Oh, and a sideline number is coming in right now. Somebody's gonna get. Somebody's getting in. Awesome. I can't check until, okay, great, that call's over. I just want to see, ladies, give me just a second to see if anybody signed up to talk with me. Okay, not yet, okay. All right, so my question is, how can I manage to work a divorce with someone that is a manipulator and a psychological player who says everything that happened was because of me and never takes responsibility? Thank you, ladies. I love you. So, Paula, I don't know if you're still on. If you are on, hold on. If you are on, you can answer in the chats, because if you answer in the question, I won't see you. But so we actually have a couple of clients right now going through that. And I think the best gift that we've given them is the ability to manage their thoughts and their emotions. Because a lot of times what happens is when you're living with someone or dealing with someone who's toxic, toxic in their emotions and their speaking. I don't believe there's toxic relationships. That's a whole other masterclass. But there are people who bring toxicity. So toxicity in our work, toxic emotions are: anger is not toxic, fear is not toxic, anxiety is not toxic until it's driving you, until it's what's deciding for you and talking for you and acting for you. So one of the big parts of the program in session, we just changed the order of the program, but I think it's session 2, is how to manage, no, that's thinking. Emotions, I think, is 3, is how to manage your emotions so that even when toxicity is coming your way, you have a step-by-step process for not allowing that to overwhelm you. Because what's probably happened, if you've been married and you're getting divorced, is that you've been dancing with this dynamic for all these years. And that's going to have, there's a part that you played in having that psychological dance go on. So we're going to teach you how to work through that. We're going to teach you how to work through that. Crystal Joy and Michaela are in relationships. Let me see. If you are trying to repair a long-term relationship, sometimes it's easier to start over with a new person and instill new habits from the start. So what are the unique ways to work with a long-term partner? What else might come into play? Well, I was with Rick for 7 years. I was with Rick for 7 years before I turned things around. And my new habits, some of them were, the biggest one was to stop complaining and criticizing, learning how to say what I feel and what I need in a way that he could hear me. Giving him an opportunity to help me, because I was complaining that he wasn't helping me, but it was because I was micromanaging every step of the way. So for me in my head, it was just like, it's just easier for me to do it myself. And then he just felt like, why am I going to do it when you're going to redo it? You're going to fix it or you're going to criticize it. So these are all different types of habits. I was afraid that my marriage was going to end, and I didn't want that. I didn't get married to get divorced. And I also knew that there was a way that I was being in the relationship that I didn't even like. When I would hear myself talking to him, I didn't like how I sounded. So that's why I took responsibility, not guilt or blame. I just took responsibility. And I started learning the skills, because what I thought was just sharing my feelings, like Michelle was saying before, just being honest, was killing my relationship. I was literally like throwing daggers at the man that I promised to love for the rest of my life. You know, so those are just some of the things. That's a quick version. and you didn't give your name, so just tell me. I hope you signed up for a coaching session. How did you honor the man you love so much from the first relationship into a new relationship with your current without making him upset? Well, I learned that I didn't have to stop loving my first husband to love somebody else. That was my limiting belief. The capacity to love, our heart's capacity to love, is only limited by us. So I kept loving and honoring my late husband, but I was not in love with him because he was not there. You can't be in love with someone who's not in love with you. You can love someone who's not in love with you, but you can't be in love with someone. So I loved him and I honored him, and so grateful for that relationship and that love. And then I also opened my heart wider
to receive new love, that I could be in love with Rick. I hope that answers that. Do you help people transform their energetic vibrations? It's a result that we see in our clients, Catherine. It's a result. When you start to change the mindset, you start to break through those limiting thoughts, limiting beliefs, you break through them completely, then you're going to feel the vibrational frequency come up when you're not carrying guilt and shame and blame on your shoulders, right? When you're not bringing the past with you like this, I call it the backpack of rocks you didn't even know you were carrying. So when you start removing those rocks from the backpack, you start to experience freedom. Freedom to be, freedom to love, freedom to welcome in new and extraordinary love. See. If you started to chat with somebody, can you continue to chat with them? Of course. I mean, you're getting to know. Remember, ladies, dating is getting to know someone, getting to know them so that you can decide if you want to keep getting to know them. That's what dating is. That's what dating really is. It's getting to know someone so you can just determine if it's someone you want to keep getting to know. Okay. Somebody said, a guy I was interested in just texted, divine intervention indeed. That's funny. Praxi wanted coaching. Hold on. Have given up for many years now to meet a great man. Starting to get interested now to find out whether it could be possible for me to trust again myself and maybe the man. Have to overcome being very shy with men I like. So Praxi, or is it Praxis? I apologize if I'm saying it wrong. The trust issue is there and you've got it. It's about learning to trust yourself first, so then you can trust yourself to choose the right person. When you break through the love barriers, your confidence, your self-confidence goes up. And when your self-confidence goes up, then your confidence in yourself to identify, we're going to teach you how to identify dateable men, non-dateable men, and all of that. And when you start breaking through your love barriers, that stuff isn't in the way. So I want you to imagine, ladies, imagine that my window's over here, and I don't want to, you should see what I had to do just to get my computer set up. My window is over here. So I want you to imagine that there's the window, and then there's a sheer curtain. You know those sheer curtains that it's just not even a curtain? You can see right through it. So your limiting beliefs and your fears and your patterns are like this sheer curtain. For some of you, it's a blackout curtain, like you can't even see hope and love and the possibility of a new future. But what those fears and limiting beliefs and patterns do is they don't let people see you fully. You're protected by this wall or this curtain of all of these things, these thoughts, these beliefs, and these patterns that have been stopping you from having the love that you want. So until you get them out of the way, then you aren't able to see what's possible. So even what you believe is possible for you now is colored by what is in the way. That's why we start with getting those things out of the way. Some people were getting impatient on the webinar, like, oh, when are we going to hear the dating part? That's what you've been focusing on all this time. And it's important. We're going to give you great dating tips. It's one part of the perfect formula that we have found, which is the mindset piece, the heart set piece, and the skill piece. They all have to come together. If you don't have one, you don't have a triangle. It's incomplete, okay? Hold on, I scrolled too fast. What online dating apps do you recommend? As I said before, we have women on every single platform that I can think of. We have women meeting men on Bumble, we have women meeting men on Match, we have women meeting men on Hinge, we have, I mean, and I don't really recommend one over the other, number one, because I don't have the research to support it. The research that we have is what our clients create, regardless of what app they're on. But I do tell people, if you want to take things slowly, probably eHarmony is a good choice, because they have a system, like a communication system. Yes, we have had clients using Meet Mindful, but I can't think Zen. I can't think off the top of my head if somebody's met somebody there. But I know that a lot of our clients, because they are women who are into personal development and spiritual development, they do tend to go on that app. How do we catch and capture their attention when we have updated our profile and pics and they are not responding to our likes or messages? So, okay. So you've updated your profile and your pics and they're not responding. Okay. So here's my question. Why do you want to keep trying to connect with a man who's not responding with all the other guys that there are? So I get that if somebody's attracted to you, you want to connect. But remember, you're one of many, many, many women doing that. So sometimes the message itself having the message be a little bit different, having it stand out from what everybody else is saying is one way that we've seen people respond. Like not being funny for the sake of being funny, but like something that would be a really great question, an interesting question, something that they're not going to get from everybody else has had men respond. How can being vulnerable? Okay, I already answered several questions by Catherine. You asked a lot of questions, honey. That's great. That shows me that you were being actively. Tamisha, you're already in the program, so we are going to talk about how to qualify and disqualify dating partners online. If you're feeling overwhelmed, huh?
Irene is still on.
Oh, Irene.
Do you want to talk to her? Or did you just want to
How
answer?
come I don't see it?
You got to be on attendees.
No, but I want her to tell me if she wants to. That's why I asked if
She
she's
had her hand up. She put it down.
Oh, it was in particular. Okay, there's way too many things to look at. Irene, if you're here, come into the chat and say, I'm here. So I can talk to you. Maybe, I don't know if we can bring her on. Hold on a second.
I can if she says she wants to be on it. For some reason, I'm not able to see the chat and this at the same time anymore.
Right, that's what I'm.
Emma's saying that we need her number. So
I
it must not be
understand.
on the
But she's
spreadsheet.
on the phone. I'm trying to see if she wants to talk now. So we might need your number to call you, Irene. And if you're here, you could have gotten some private coaching. Is there any other special for the program? Kathy, you saw the bonuses. Is that gift? The bonuses were gifts. Griselle, there's a question here by Griselle. Griselle, are you still on? I know the guy you were talking to called you during this. Consider splitting the payment of 1,000 into 2 payments. I mean, you have 3 payments. If you want to do it into 2 payments, somebody write down Griselle. Griselle's actually, yeah, we have her contact information if we don't have it there.
I did. I wrote her down.
Awesome. All right, anything else? Let's see, there was a question here. I think it's going to be the last one. So what's the right way to message a guy? I asked a guy to talk. I asked a guy to talk and help me with something. He's busy, obviously too busy for me. It doesn't feel good. So is it best to just ignore it and leave him alone? Or what is the empowered way to say, hey, I'm all good. No need to call me back. Or this doesn't feel good. I can tell you're too busy. I don't want to push. Take this off. Michelle, do you want to answer that one, or you need me to? Because I see you're off camera. I'm happy to answer it.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm working on something else, so I missed that.
Okay, I figured. All right, no worries.
I'll come back now.
All right. So Kay, I don't know if you're still on. So here's the thing. Again, you know, I know some of you are just getting to know us. So some really okay, you're still there. All right. So I didn't want to answer the question if you weren't going to be here. So here's the thing, the whole he's too busy for me thing, that's an interpretation. You have no idea what's going on in his world, okay? And then asking him, I'm trying to get to a place, I didn't realize how close I was. This is what happens when you get close to 50. You can't see with or without your glasses. So the whole thing that, you know, he's too busy, I asked him to help me with something. I don't know, you know, if this is a person that you and I talked about, but if the person's not getting back to you, The part that he's busy, so I took the word too, he may be busy, that's factual. I call it factual actual. That could be, he could be working, he could be doing 10,000 things. People's lives are in an uproar right now. He's too busy for me, that doesn't feel good, is everything that you're adding. It's all the meaning that you're adding to the fact that he's not responded to the text message. Okay, so that's the part that has to do with your relationship with yourself. Are you the K that I spoke to the other day? K, just the letter K? Okay. All right, so that's part of what we were talking about, that a lot of it has to do with the relationship that you have with yourself. So he may be busy. He may not be busy. Too busy for you is the meaning or the interpretation that you're adding to it, and it's giving you an experience of yourself and him that isn't necessarily the truth. It's the truth you're choosing to believe. So what if it's just, I texted him and he hasn't gotten back to me? And that's all that's actually happening. And then I can release it and trust that somebody else can help me with this, or just let it go. But I don't have to send him a text message to tell him, don't text me. Don't worry about it. That's trying to get on his radar. That's the thing that Michelle was talking about. Just let it go. Okay, this is not the person that's going to be able to help me with this. Who else do I have in my network that I can reach out to who can help me with this? And then there's no need for all of those emotions to get in the way, and you could be peaceful and you could still get help from somebody else. But it doesn't have to be all of this, I can tell you're really busy, that's interpretation. You have no idea what's going on in this person's life. All you know is that you texted and he hasn't texted back. That's neutral. There's nothing painful about that unless you assign a painful meaning to it. Okay, so let me know if that resonates, if that's resonating. Okay, and those of you who are still on, we still have a few people on, is that resonating for you? Okay, awesome, good, let it go is good, thank you. and he responded, right? Okay, so you see, like, all that other stuff doesn't have to be there, and it takes our time, our energy, and our attention onto something that may or may not be true, and we get ourselves into a swirl, like this whole swirl that doesn't allow us to be present with what's actually happening. And then you even made it mean something about you. He's too busy for me. So you want to detach the actual factual from whatever you're interpreting, because the pain and the suffering, and this is something we're absolutely going to talk about in the program, ladies, the pain and the suffering lives in the interpretation, not in the event, not in what happened. It happens in the interpretation. So imagine being able to live life free from suffering, right? That's why we believe so much in this program. All right, who else? You're welcome, you're welcome. Anisha, I'm glad that spoke to you, sweetheart. All right, those of you who are here, let me see. I have a question here. What do you do when you're in a relationship with someone who's already married, but for papers, but separated, and has 3 kids? You may not like my answer. You may not like it, but I'm more committed to you having the life and the love that you want than you liking me right now. You don't get into a relationship with someone who's still married because they're not available. Even if they're separated, even if it's for papers, even if he's about to get divorced, until the moment someone is divorced, he's married. And even if he wants to be in a committed relationship to you, he can't be. And even if the relationship was for papers, it is a legal agreement to be only involved with that person. Even in the court of law, there are vows exchanged. So I'm not judging this person, and I don't know what the circumstances were, And we have had clients in the same situation. We have, not just saying that. And what I'll say is that even if it was just a marriage on paper, let's say, there was a life and there were promises made and promises broken. And you want to give people an opportunity to work through and complete that relationship before getting involved with them, and then getting, like, being in the midst of the divorce and all of that stuff. It's just what we found, it can set you up for unnecessary heartache. And it also robs you of the experience of that beginning stages where it's just you and me and not all this drama. It's you and me and us and the relationship we're creating. So I know you might not have liked that answer, but it is what it is. All right, let me see.
All right, so the question is, what are your thoughts about men online who message you, great pics and profile? We message back and forth a bit, and then they say, here's my cell, text me. I reply, please text me, and I'm old school. Then I never hear from them again. They don't reply, call or text. I have had men who tell me the women in Florida do everything so the men don't have to anymore. They email the men, they ask for their number, they text, ask the men out, and move the relationship forward. I'm old school and will not hunt or pursue men. This is a challenge I've had with online dating the last few years. All right, so that was, Peggy asked that question. So this is not a Florida phenomenon. We hear this all over, not just the country, but all over the world, because we have clients all over the world. And a man who, here's the thing. I will say this, women have confused men, and men don't know, do I open the door? Do I not open the door? Do I text? Do I call? Do I wait? I get that. Here's the way that we coach women is you say, a different reply could be, here's my phone number. I really love it when a man takes a lead. It's different than I'm old school, right? It's just, I love it when a man takes a lead. If a man doesn't want to pick up the phone and call you, there's already, like, why are you going to spend your time worrying about that? Because if he was really interested, that would not stop him. Men know how to go after what they want. And if it is, let's say it's the case that I don't want to do anything, let her do everything, that may not be the guy who you're interested in with anyway. So it's like a thank you and next. So you really don't have to spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to get a guy to call you. So what you get to work on is, how do I show up in a way that has him be inspired to call me? And so saying something like, I love it when a guy takes the lead, or here's my number, I can't wait to hear from you, then you leave it open and he'll either step in and step up, or he'll step out. Those are the choices there. But you don't have to waste a lot of energy on that. Okay, so I hope that clarifies that. Let's see what else we got here. And I'll do one more because I want to make sure Gladys gets to come back and say goodbye before we call it a day. Let's see. I think that would. That's all the questions I see. How can being vulnerable? Okay, here's one. How can being vulnerable actually be me exercising my power? Such a great question, Catherine. So we hear that question often, maybe not in those exact words, because the perception of being vulnerable means a lot of people interpret being vulnerable as being weak, as showing your weakness. And when you actually look up the definition of vulnerability, it does say open yourself up to potential danger. But that's not the context, and context is everything. We didn't have a chance to go into context today, but the context shapes the way that you see things, feel things, experience things, interpret them. So vulnerability is what we call, it's one of the superpowers that a woman has, because until you are able to be vulnerable, true intimacy isn't possible. And so vulnerable doesn't mean, just to clarify something, it doesn't mean you're crying all the time. It doesn't mean you're saying things that are disparaging about yourself. It just means that you open yourself up. So, you know, Gladys and I have been very vulnerable about the technical issues that we thought were going to be managed and are not managed. And I'm sure we'll find out more of them afterwards, and thanking and being gracious with you for your patience on that. So being vulnerable is actually powerful because one, a piece of vulnerability is being authentic. So you're showing up as your true self. And two, you're opening yourself up for what could be possible, not for pain, but for what could be possible. You can't, I wish I could guarantee you your heart's never going to be broken. I wish I could guarantee you. None of us has that guarantee. What we can say is that when you are at a place where you know yourself enough that you don't hide your emotions to protect yourself, or you don't pretend to be something or someone that you're not to impress somebody, and you can say, you know what, I'm scared. I'm scared. Like some of the women here have been very vulnerable. Now that might be fear speaking, but the fact that they can say it, see, if you don't acknowledge it, you can't transform it. You can't transform fear if you never acknowledge that it's there. If you just pretend that you're, you know, invincible and nothing ever gets to you. And so that is how vulnerability becomes your power. It creates the space for intimacy and authenticity. And you cannot create a deep, meaningful relationship, particularly a loving relationship, without true intimacy. All right, let's see what else. So we have another one.
Michelle, there's a question in the chat instead of in the Q&A room.
All right, let's see.
You want me to read it?
Hold on, I'm heading over there
It's-
right now.
It's from Michelle, a little bit up.
All right, hold on. Chat a little bit up for Michelle. Why does it? That one? Why does it seem like there are
Yes, that one.
Okay, great, thank you. Why does it seem like there are several men online that are separated and not divorced? I don't go out with them, but why are there many out there not legally separated? I mean, legally divorced. Yes, we can see your text. Okay, so I don't know why there are, other than women will go out with them. So one of the things in our, Gladys and I are always researching everything from human behavior to relationships to what's happening out there in the world when it comes to dating, all of that. And one of the things that we have found as we've done research on relationships in particular is that men are much faster to jump from one relationship to another. The why of that, people don't know, but that's what statistically it shows. And if they're doing it, it's because if they're okay saying they're separated, it's because they know that there are women out there who will date them. Now, this doesn't mean these guys are bad guys. Some of them may be good guys, some of them may be bad guys. This doesn't say exclusively what they are. But here's what's a much more powerful question. It's great that you don't date them, but if somebody else does, here's a much more powerful place to come from. It's, if a man is separated in the process of a divorce, and anybody who's ever been divorced will tell you that, whether they're the ones that put in for the divorce or they were the ones who received the papers, there is a healing process that needs to happen to heal from that relationship, resolve any unresolved issues within yourself and or with the other person, close the chapter completely on that, so that you don't bring any of that into the next relationship, because if you don't do that, you will be bringing it over. In my case specifically, how that showed up was I was now going to prove that I am lovable by all of a sudden starting dating before I did any of my healing work. And then you heard how well that went, right? I had done some forgiveness, but what was in the background, and one of the things that I discovered after I spoke to my coach, and he said, you know, you're the thing they have in common. Remember, I was attracting men who were separated in the middle of a divorce, recently divorced, broken up, or in the middle of a breakup. I wasn't healed with that past relationship. I was still carrying around that energy. And there was broken promises, brokenness in that incompletion that needed to get healed and restored so that I could feel whole again. And as soon as I created myself as whole again and was completely, you know, complete with that relationship, to the point that I called my ex-husband. I had several conversations to complete the entire experience of what it was and what it wasn't for both of us, and ended up creating a co-parenting relationship. Wouldn't necessarily call it a friendship, but it was very more than cordial. We were able to celebrate after that birthdays with one another, with our kids, with their graduations. But it happened because I closed the chapter on that. Now, not everybody's going to be open to those kind of conversations, but to go back to your question, if there's somebody who's separated, they've got their healing process they've got to go through before they're going to be legally available to you, and emotionally and mentally, energetically, all the different places that we need to be available to somebody, to get to know them, create a relationship, fall in love, and then eventually be married again. So none of those things are possible with somebody who is still in another legal relationship.
I cannot believe how many people are still on. It's just so,
yeah, that's so amazing.
this is like a marathon. Maybe one day we should just do like a marathon. Honestly, the level of commitment to some of you may have been on since noon. It's 5 o'clock. Personally, whenever I have an opportunity to be around a mentor or somebody who I know is going to make a difference in my life, I've done this. So it's so funny how you attract. We do this all the time. Like, we just attract women who are so aligned to us. I don't know who's still on, who is still on, is in the program. Did any of you join? Those of you, I don't know if you asked, Michelle.
No, I haven't.
Anybody?
Why don't we have them raise their hands and I can count them?
Well, I just want to honor them. But oh my God, that's another view that I have to look at.
We have
So I see
hands up right now.
Baloo. I see Kay is going to. Yay! I see Tamisha. Tamisha, you saw the bonuses you got, girl. So for being one of the first to join even before today's call. You see who else? Anybody else? There's just yeah, it's just so beautiful. So I don't know if anybody else who's on. Those of you who haven't joined yet, what's stopping you? Let's do some really laser coaching. Michelle, join. All these new sisters. All these new sisters. Somebody's asking for the link to schedule coaching session. Excuse me. Y'all, since we're family, actually, Michelle, are we going to use this part? I was just going to do Chloraseptic. We might be using this part of the recording. Let me see. Is your retreat still on? Which Michelle is this? Which Michelle is the Michelle that's joined and?
Yeah, if you could send us your.
Oh my God, Michelle, I think you were one of the first people who, I think you were the first one who bought today. I was looking at the names. I think you were.
We're excited for you, Michelle.
Yeah. So is the retreat still on? So it depends on which retreat you're talking about. We had how long? It was gonna be 4 days, right, Michelle? It was gonna be today. Wasn't this the weekend for the Unleash Your Irresistible Essence retreat?
No, I think it was last
weekend.
Yeah.
So last weekend we were supposed to have a 4-day retreat, and that's probably that's one of the reasons why we chose to do this, because we're like, okay, coronavirus says this and Heart's Desire says this. So we're not going to have circumstances stop us from sharing. So those of you who signed up for the retreat, the Unleash Your Irresistible Essence retreat, that will be rescheduled. And the one in May, Michelle, it's not going to be in May. Here's what we're thinking. We have to see. In Florida, things change every day, but here's what people don't get. Even if, let's say, Florida opens back up, that doesn't mean other people's states have. That doesn't mean they're going to allow people from other states, and we get people from other countries. Mm-hmm. So our thinking is, let's do an amazing, and this is just thinking right now. We're dreaming with you. Can we dream with you for just a minute? We're thinking, let's do something virtual, but it's not going to be like a Zoom class. Like, let's do something virtual, like any of you who have been to our events know it's not like sitting passively. and do the Irresistible Woman Life when the lockdowns are lifted. So in our company, we're not about either or, ever. About either my business or my relationship. Either I get to have good health or a great relationship. We're never about that. That's a scarcity conversation. So we haven't announced anything just because we don't have it like in, what do we call it, in reality, a date and a time that we can announce, but that our hearts are burning to do something with the women who wanted to come and do something that maybe we couldn't have done in person, that we get to do now, because there's so many women people have been asking us to live stream our events since we started.
For a long time, yeah.
And now they're like, you serious? So, but all of that, all of that gets to be created. And we're even asking, I asked on Tuesday's call, I asked our clients, because many of them have been at the event, what would you absolutely want us to do that we've already done? And what would you absolutely want us to do that we've never done before? So you saw, we actually listen to what people say. So it is gonna happen. And it's going to be amazing in person, and it's going to be amazing virtually. So either way, it's going to be an incredible, incredible experience. All right. When does the course start? May 14th.
Yep. Just
Anything
a couple of weeks.
All right. All right. So we're going to go. We love you. We thank you. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your Saturday. If you still have a question and you're shy, you don't necessarily want to ask it in front of everybody, please make sure that you either, two things you can do: sign up for a call. I'm telling you that we had 100 people on, and I think 100 people asked for coaching. Or the emails that you were getting, one of the reminder emails that you got for today, reply to it and send your question, okay? And I'll reply to it as soon as I see it, okay? Those of you who are still, come on in. We get to spend 3 months together. We're gonna be in lockdown. Let's have fun. Let's make it count, and let's get you guys broken through, okay? Let's get you breaking through.
One more thing, Irene. Oh, you sent it to Gladys. Never mind. You can go. Sorry.
All right, ladies. So just know that we thank you. Thank you for trusting us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for letting us do what we absolutely love doing. And we could do it for another 12 hours if we had to. We're not going to. But just thank you for trusting us to lead you, to guide you, to be there for you. Know that the price, if you didn't step in during the 15 minutes, the price will stay the same, probably, maybe through the weekend. I have to see how many people registered. So, but if you have a question and you're afraid or whatever, send me an email. Let's talk through it. Don't stop yourself the way you stop yourself from saying what's on your heart and your mind or in a relationship. Let us walk you through it. Who knows? You're never going to know the answer or what's possible unless you ask. All right. So thank you. We love you. And until our hearts meet again,
Always remember that you are loved. Mwah.
for now.